I wrote this book about my life and how I personally broke the chains of this garbage, mostly with my words, but a few times with my fists. I speak to you in the first person. You read a few stories from my library, you dream when you sleep on my couch, and the book contains over 200 illustrations. You've never seen anything like it.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn well, we will have our home again. Today's featured stories, Dominic Turshinsky. We're going to hear from him just briefly at the beginning because it's really fun. Alex Jones on with Tucker Carlson. We're going to review that and have a bit of fun with that. We also have Fox News, The Big Weekend Show, letting us know that it's okay to be anti-white at college. You just can't be anti-Jewish at college. And Kevin McCarthy, his takedown of his own party, demonstrating how the Republicans hate more than anything their white voters. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. 3 guys are drinking in a bar when a drunk comes in, staggers up to the counter, and points at the guy in the middle, shouting, Your mom's the best sex in town. Everyone expects a fight, but the guy ignores him. So the drunk wanders off and bellies up at the end of the bar. 10 minutes later, the drunk comes back, points at the same guy, and says, I just did your mom, and she was sweet. Again, the guy refuses to take the bait, and the drunk goes back to the far end of the bar. 10 minutes later, he comes back and announces, your mom liked it. Finally, the guy interrupts, go home, Dad, you're drunk. Man, when your dad is that toasted, what are you going to do, right? It's wonderful to be here with all of you today in this glorious, once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 5 p.m. in this once great state, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we are the people, we are the focused few who are changing the way the conversation about our victimization takes place in a way that enables us to recapture our destiny. It is wonderful to be here with every single one of you today. Please give a like and give a share to this stream while we are gathered here today. The going free gathering, it will never end. It will never end. As long as there is life in this masculine, heroic body full of testosterone and verve and vigor and might, we will continue to chug for white well-being because we have saved lives, we have redeemed lives, and there are many more to save and redeem, and the language is changing across the planet because of our epic work. Nothing can stop us. Over the course of this gathering, you may financially gift yours truly, and the costs on advertising, we're putting more and more to the advertising, and it is a glorious thing. We got all kind of people coming in, people messaging, seeing us for the very first time, finally getting through the censorship that the Antiwhites have put out there and the Antags have put out there, everything they can to stop, finally getting through. And they hate it, right? They hate it big time. They're like, why don't you buy an ad? I think I will. We are glorious. You may financially gift over on Entropy, which is up and running. You may also write there in the Talk Kevin widget, the conversation widget. And Talk Kevin is doing wonderfully. Had a back and forth with him messaging the other day. We have over there, D Live is up and running, and you can financially gift on it with their cryptocurrency. Also on Odyssey with their cryptocurrency and cash dollars. We're up on Rumble as well. You can watch us there. We are live on Twitter. You may financially gift over there on Cash App. Thank everybody who's throwing up the live hearts right now in the live chat. I saw them floating by. Thank you to everybody for doing that. Cash App is up and running. You may financially gift there in cash dollars or cryptocurrency if you would like to financially gift with the cryptocurrency anonymously and be recognized anonymously in the subsequent week. You can do so by going over to nowhiteguilt.org and you can click on the financial gift tab, and there you will find the wallets I use, and you can financially gift me and put effort and energy and liquidity to the magnificent work that we're doing here, ladies and gentlemen. It is glorious. And of course, we have up, or we will have up, because we don't have it up and running yet, but we will have up Subscribe Star. It will be also available over the course of the gathering. Otherwise, I want you to reach out to yours truly. I want you to reach out with no white guilt. When you have questions, when you have comments, when you have disagreements, do so politely, and I will speak to them. Again, I will warn everybody that the world is an evil place, and people will show up to try to cleave folks away from doing what is good for them, what benefits their lives, what changes their lives, what enables them to do better in the world, to get raises and jobs and promotions and bonuses. and better grades and etc. And you see the concepts exactly as I predicted. I mean, where else could you go where you would find a soothsayer like yours truly, a soothsayer that would say, if you do this, this would happen on a grand scale. This would happen in your individual lives. And then those things happen everywhere. They're happening. I had a dinner meeting this past week with a couple of old timers, and it was a wonderful thing because they sit there shocked and amazed at yours truly, the things that I said that they didn't even believe could be done, that they didn't believe, no, these can't be taken up. They thought it would just be like anybody else doing something and making a claim. And instead, they're now seeing it in the world around them. And they saw it said to them. They heard it said to them decades ago. Where do you go to change the world, ladies and gentlemen? You come right here to Go Free. We have all of the great champions. The Knights of the White Table have all shown up, ladies and gentlemen, and they continue to come. It is like epic, glorious moths that are like winged angels, and they come to the light of Go Free, and they add their power, they add their intelligence and enthusiasm and integrity, and we march forward into the world. There's nothing that can stop us. The first thing that we're going to do, though, is we're going to recognize a couple of financial gifts that came in on Tuesday, this past Tuesday, that I missed. They came in late, even if they sent them on time. The very first one is Western Inoculator. And right after we look at these two financial gifts, we're going to get right into our very first. I just want to watch with you because we're going to celebrate a Polish leader who represents Poland in the EU. He's been in their government. You know him well, Dominik Turczynski. And it's just a video of him at the EU. And I was just like, yes, spit fire, baby. Spit fire at these folks. I loved it. First, Western Inoculator, a true champion in service to white well-being. You know him, financially gifting $3 this past Tuesday. He says, hello, Jason. Sorry, it's so long since I financially gift. I works nights now. It's hard to watch you live. Keep up the great work. I love you, brother. And he gave a thumbs up. I love you, brother. And thank you for changing your life and for changing the lives of those around you with the Go Free method and being true and being honest and being glorious. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you know him well. You know this guy. The earth shakes, the sound waves at 50 dB. And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, bro, moment. 50 white well-being dollars this past Tuesday. God bless you, brother. Knew you would show up. You're such a champion. Let's get the raucous emojis. Get them out. 007s, 007s. Celebrate Dude Bro Moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate him as we continue to march forward. I'm loving it. It is epic. It is epic, Dude Bro Moment. We love Dude Bro Moment. Let's listen in honor of Dude Bro Moment right now to Nick and the great work that he did in the EU. I love his taunting. I love him putting it to these losers. I sure would like to get into his ear and give him some of our concepts. Maybe in the future. We'll see what happens. Let's see what he says here, though. Put him up on the screen. Celebrate. Listen closely.
The lowest unemployment in European Union is Poland. The highest GDP after COVID in European Union is Poland. One of the lowest debts in European Union is Poland. So don't give us this rubbish about the need of educated immigration, as we heard yesterday. We don't need your doctors. We don't need your engineers. Take them all and pay for them. We don't need them. You know why? Because there's zero terrorist attacks in Poland. Why? Because there's no illegal migration in Poland. So don't give me this look. Don't give me this argument about the populism, because this is a fact. This is your data from Eurostat. So we don't need your engineers. We don't need your doctors. Take them. Do not teach us. Do not teach us about democracy, because we know what the democracy is.
Celebrate.
So learn from Poland. Be like Poland.
Right back in a second.
Much. The lowest unemployment in European Union is
Oh my God, that was so awesome. Could you imagine if he was using some of the lexicon in the EU? Could you imagine if he was like, Poland is not going to be anti-white like you? Could you imagine how epic that would be? Poland is not going to allow anti-whiteism like you allow anti-whiteism throughout your country. Could you imagine what that would be like? Poland is not going to allow the Western kind in Poland to be white erased. We are not going to allow ourselves to be white erased as you are being white erased. What would that do to the populations in the rest of the Western countries? Folks, we have the keys here. That's it. You hear the jingling? If you hear the jingle jangle, it's because you are holding the keys by holding the Go Free method in your heart and minds. Imagine instead, we can celebrate him, and we do celebrate him, this epic champion getting out there and putting it to these POSs. But Dominic's power would be 10,000-fold if he spoke with the concepts that we have coined and that we have promulgated to the population, and they are taking them up, and it is empowering them. He would create, Dominic himself would have a statue to the moon, because he would create that energy and that identity and that dynamism in Western kind, not just in Poland, which by itself will be crushed by the rest of the West. That it would be crushed, it will be crushed if these concepts don't reach the West. And Western kind start identifying itself as a single people with many nations. I guarantee it, just as they have crushed other countries in the past. So could you imagine what it would be like across the West if Dominic, all blue-collar workers in every Western country would know who this guy was? He wouldn't be some Turchinsky who. He wouldn't. They would say, excuse you. God bless you. Did you just sneeze? Gesundheit. No, they would say, I know exactly who he is. And that guy is badass. He has identified us across the West, our victimization. Instead of just speaking ethnocentrically about Poland, he's speaking about our victimization worldwide. And folks, it would be a tiny hop, skip, and a jump from Turchinsky saying it, to Elon saying it, to Trump having to say, we here have Trump's son. We provided the tools out in front of him, and he is an honorable man, and he wants to do right by everybody in Western civilization. He wants to do right by everybody. He wants everybody of all races to be good, to be happy, to be safe, to make memories. And he sees these tools and he picked them right up because of us. It's all documented, the work we're doing. Don't let anybody try to manipulate you into heading somewhere else to go back to what? To move on to what? What everybody else has always been doing in these organizations and these different content creators. Go back to sitting on your ass. I think not, ladies and gentlemen. Epic champions galore. Let's go ahead and get into the news. Why don't we? Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson. We're going to put them up on the screen, and we want to thank Archangel for this. We have some timestamps that we're going to look at. It's actually a video that Archangel watched, and big thank you to Archangel. Video he watched of a guy who was reviewing the totality of the conversation there, and he gave me some timestamps for us to take a look at. We have white children harmed by anti-whiteism, mind damage, white liberals are the blame. Jones says the word anti-white. You're welcome. You're welcome. Whites are 7% of the population. Jones would have never said anti-white if it weren't for us and the work that we're doing. What ingratitude it would be to want to move away. Whites are 7% of the population. White children are blamed, and describes the biospirit. We're going to have a look at all of that. We also have the video and the interview in toto. If we have time, we can circle back and get on that video for some of the timestamps that Tucker himself provided. But right now, we're going to go ahead and get started on this. Let me pull it up on the screen. Share screen. Here we go. And we will do this because you would much rather see one of the many knights of the white table before you than just these people up on the screen. What do they have to say, ladies and gentlemen? I believe we might be at 1620 is white children. Let me know about the audio, and I should turn it on. Let me know how it is relative to me. Let's roll. White well-being.
But I don't know. I think that's a good, fair question. Let me know what you guys think.
Or the Islamists after 9/11, now they admit that their main focus is Christian conservatives and the bitter clingers and the people that live in rural America.
Just remember that. You see what he's saying there. This was, don't forget ever forget that before we came along, it was the words to describe ourselves were given us by the anti-whites. The words to describe the anti-whites were given us by the anti-whites. Remember that before we came along, that's all it was, especially for you people who are quite young. Before we came along, that's all it was. It's not self-evident that you don't call yourself by the names that your victimizer wants you to be called. What did he just say? This is what Jones only would have been saying his whole life. And granted, Jones has done some good, and he's done some sort of silly things, some loony things, and I'm sure even he would say that, right? Having said that, he would still, you go back and you can watch 10,000 hours, and he's made much more than that of his content. And this is what he did. He called us by the names the anti-whites gave us. He didn't know better. Nobody knew better until we came along.
That quote, white people. I mean, it says that in the report.
So bitter clingers and etc. Let's just jump back real quickly.
They admit that their main focus is Christian conservatives and the bitter clingers and the people that.
Could you imagine referring to yourself as a bitter clinger? But this is the psychological warfare that I uncovered and that I carved the first keys out of, and we are promulgating everywhere.
Live in rural America, that quote, white people, I mean, it says that in the report, are the main terror threat. And so this whole apparatus of the.
So do you see there how he used what was comfortable and then had to say, quote, white people. We want Alex to say more things that will empower those who are being victimized by anti-whiteism, which is people of all races, because as the West is white erased, it harms everybody. So he's pointing out here, though, that these reports are absolutely saying that the anti-whites in the governments of the West, federal and state, have declared war. And it's been this way because this is what anti-whiteism is at every level. It is a desire to victimize every individual anti-white, a desire to victimize white people physically, mentally, psychically, etc., white erasing us to the best of their ability, their ingenuity, their intelligence, their connections, the power in the jobs that they hold or money that they wield, etc. That's how this operates.
War on terror has now been turned inwardly against the people, not just here, but also in Europe, where if someone criticizes transgenderism in the UK, they come to their house and arrest them. If a journalist does that, they come to their house.
Now, why is that? Is that because they endorse, because transgenderism is so important to them? Transgenderism is only relevant insofar as it is a white erasure of our expectations for men and women. You know, they talk about, and this, my opinion, of course, the ear is against the door, but they talk about all the time that there is no white culture. If there was no white culture, you wouldn't see white culture getting erased everywhere. You wouldn't see white culture being inverted everywhere, would you? So it is white culture, norms and expectations of behavior, the way different groups interact with each other, those expectations for that interaction, the expectations for will women be the only people to compete in female sports? What is even a woman? These are norms for us that they attack and invert. That's why they're attacked. Let me ask you this. Would there be any effort to promote transgenderism, or whatever that means, if there wasn't a white norm that was the antithetical, to that position. No. It's time to start thinking like a people again. In that case, it's very clearly, or it should be very, very clear and obvious that the anti-whites are not going to go after anything that white people haven't created, that white people we adopted and rely upon. They only go after those things. Do you ever see them going after? We could go on about different races, different cultures, and their norms and expectations of behavior. And in other countries, do you see them going after those things? No, they are after everything that is white and created by whites. This has always been the case. It's not new. It's not 30 years old. It's not 50 years old. It is generations and generations old. I can identify anti-whiteism, the anti-whiteism that we have today, going all the way back to the earliest black and white movies. We can identify it. It is everywhere because this is how it functions. Let's continue.
House and arrest them. If somebody says, I think these surveillance cameras should start getting cut down, they come to their house, they arrest them for their free speech. And so this is a global movement by the megacorporations.
The free speech. So do we abstractionize? Do we turn this into an abstraction and say it's a free speech issue? No, it's an anti-white issue. You can approach problems, challenges in various ways. I mean, there is an objective reality of anti-whiteism. There's just an objective reality. And the only people that are going to deny it are the people who are for the anti-whiteism, the people who fear the anti-whiteism, or the people who are too dumb to be able to put two and two together. There is an objective reality of anti-whiteism. In the case of most conservative types, they're too afraid of it. And why is that? Because they have a social morality that is the anti-white immoral moral imperative that has told them that it is immoral. So instead, to defend white people. So instead, they want to turn everything into an abstraction. They want to talk, for example, about, you just heard what Jones said there. Free speech. They're taking your free speech away. An abstraction about the war on white people. Surveillance camera. That's a war on privacy. Another abstraction. Again, a war on white people. No one rallies to the battle and is willing to lay down their economic lives, their social lives, their reputational lives. No one is willing to lay all of that down for abstractions. You have to start focusing on our flesh and blood, for Christ's sake. These things are in the world because we are in the world.
Corporations by the BlackRocks and the State Streets and the Vanguards that control 80+% of world wealth to control our behavior. And Larry Fink of BlackRock has said that.
Okay, so going into here are the people behind it. These remote, superpower, omnipotent, somewhere in Elysium, you have no hope. You can't do anything. And that's why so many people, they don't do anything.
They most repeatedly, we're going to use our...
Instead, he can talk about these things, point out that they're anti-white. Then the white guy that lays bricks for a living has a position that he can defend against BlackRock.
Control over all this finance and this global social credit score we're rolling out to control people's behavior. So that's really what this is. And then they use the threat of global warming. They use the threat of a virus. They use the threat of radical Islam to take our rights. But we really are the target.
We, white people. Just, he said it so much. And then he said, white people. If you're going to say it at the beginning, say it at the end, explicit, and our victimizers, therefore, are anti-white. It's hard for white people. I know. I get it. I've been doing this for decades. It's hard. White people are selfishly individualistic. Genetically, we're predisposed to this weakness. It works great when we're by ourselves, but not so good when we're in a world of communities, of groups of people who operate as groups. You cannot live in a world like that and keep complaining and demanding that they're not acting selfishly individualistic like you, and they should act selfishly individualistically like you. That is generations of failures. Don't bring any more to my door. You have to approach this as a collective. And that doesn't mean that the white race suddenly has to become like this giant socialist hive. It just can't happen. Genetically, it can't happen. Even if there is a perturbation in our norm, it can't happen. We are selfishly individualistic. It's actually a sin as far as I'm concerned, as bad as it is. It's a sin because you look on at little white girls getting their faces and breasts stabbed, and all you can think about is how disgusting the race of the attacker is, and how therefore that interacts with you. Well, I'm not going to live around that disgusting race. Well, good for you, you POS. What about the little white girl that got stabbed in the face and breast and neck? You've done nothing for them. So good for you. You're not going to live around them. Great. She's scarred for life. And what about the little white girl that was later that day? And the little white girl that was the next day? And then the next one that was a little bit later that day. But as long as you can identify the race that you think is a problem, then you can live away from them. Good for you. Cowardly, selfish bitch. Maybe the bottleneck of this genome has been coming for a long time and is necessary. Maybe it's really necessary. We're going to go through here with a shear of fire, and we're going to trim off all of these wicked shoots that have come off of this tree of Western kind so that we can be healthy again and worry about our extended family, even if it is 5,000 miles away. Let's get on to the next 23 minutes. We're talking about mind damage, I think is what it says here.
The last year and bragged about it by saying he gives harbor to white supremacists, which he doesn't. But at the same time, white supremacists are ridiculous. They're goofy. Most of them are usually working for foundations that are basically, actors. We're not supposed to say that, but there's many cases of that actually being.
Totally agree with Jones on this one. Totally agree. Salute, Jones. It's like, hey, listen there, fella. Put down your phone, and when you clock out of your minimum wage job, you can get back to plotting world domination. Silly. Euphemism.
The case, and that they're just LARPing, that they're white supremacists, but let those clowns speak. Whatever happened to the ACLU that used to support the KKK marching through a town or publishing their own news?
Okay, well, these are the tired crossover conservative arguments of why can't the ACLU? This is another thing that just drives me insane, ladies and gentlemen, is the complaining, and you're going to see this coming up a little bit later as we look at what's happening with the universities and the pressure that's being put on the universities to arrest anti-Jewish sentiment on the universities. It is this pathetic complaining about why don't the Jews do this for us or do that for us. Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Content creators, org leaders saying, you see, they sit idly by when it's happening to us. That's a double standard. No shit. No shit they do. Well, you mean they're not doing a bunch of things for you? They're not doing a bunch of things for no fucking shit. This complaining, this like whelping, childish, bitching, moaning, complaining is so unbecoming of men and women of the West. And this is the hordes. This is the hordes of so many people that have become like this. They don't need to be agreed with to placate their bitchery. They need to be put in place. That's what better men and women out there need to put these people in their place so that future generations can learn about what it is to be a man and woman of the white race of Western kind. So, well, whatever. Why isn't the ACLU standing up for the Ku Klux Klan anymore? Who cares? Because they're anti-white. That's why.
Newspaper. I don't support the KKK. I think they're a joke. But if you take their rights, you're taking everybody's. But they're not even taking the rights of those people to post because
this is the conservative endeavor. You've seen it before to say, I support people I hate. And so therefore I should be, given some reprieve. I should be allowed to talk since I support people I hate. Look, nobody in power falls for that. Okay. Open your eyes. And I'm not saying, Jones is a master at speaking to the masses. He is filthy getting rich from it. Okay. He's got tons of power, tons of clout because he's a master at speaking to stupid people. That doesn't make him stupid. It might make him quite smart, but also, maybe motivated by a little bit of cupidity to whatever degree relative to his concern for America or etc. But bottom line is that if you're not identifying what is really behind these things, if you're not constantly focusing on how it is a victimization of our people, you're not doing anything. You might be talking to the drug addicts and selling them things, but you're not doing anything that'll change the future for the white kids that are being stomped, that are being mutilated, for the young white men who are not going to be able to have sex unless they get it with a whore or unless they get it from a drunk ass girl, because all the white girls have been taught that they are the center of the universe and that no white male is worth having, and that they need to go out and find a non-white guy to bed down with. And if they produce a non-white child, well, then they think they'll get a little reprieve from anti-whiteism for a little bit longer. And they're going to go out into the world and they're going to take the jobs that should have gone to the white guys, and they're going to be the girl bosses. And then they're going to be telling the world they would never date a guy who makes less money than them out in the world. Well, then you're going to have nobody.
They create fear and they get the ADL more funding. But if they can target an Alex Jones or an Elon Musk or Tucker Carlson, then they're going after the real populist leaders that are bringing America together. And so what the left wants is to divide us all according to race.
No, that is a faulty position. Why is it faulty? It's erroneous and it is injurious. It's insidious. It's insidious because if you say the left divides us into different races, then the remedy is what? To say, no, we're one giant group. And that's what you see out of so many conservative people who would otherwise be productive, powerful in transforming America back to a place where we control our destiny. We're not being victimized all the time. For Christ's sake, I sat down the other day. I almost tweeted it, but I sat down the other day, turned on Fox News to while I ate. And it, like normal on Fox, immediately goes to commercials. 3 commercials. I had to turn the TV off. The first 3 commercials were white women with non-white males. Anti-whites making this decision. We do not need a remedy that is a consequence of a faulty assessment that says we're all just one big group. Just bring us together. Just meld us together. And then you end up with a Marxist economic argument about, well, it's the have-nots against the have. And meanwhile, the non-white have-nots who are anti-white and the white have-nots who are anti-white the whole time are saying, burn down the white race so that we can have something and I can feel better about myself since I victimized white people.
And to come out and say fundamentally with critical race theory that inherently being white is bad, and teaching 5-year-old white children
that I'm glad you're saying that, Jones, about critical race theory, but that's not where anti-whiteism started. It has thousands of other names. So don't restrict it to one of a long line of subjects.
They're inherently bad because they're white. That is wounding their brains and really creating racial.
Yeah, exactly what he said there. That they are inherently bad because they're white. Somebody I know has been saying that for 30 years. I wonder who that could be. Inherently bad, all the way back to when I was 11 years old. And I was saying to these adults and my peers that this is harming us. You can't tell us that we're evil because we're white. You can't say that we can never have pride because we're white.
Fundamentally, with critical race theory, that inherently being white is bad, and teaching 5-year-old white children they're inherently bad because they're white, that is wounding their brain.
Jones needs to have me on ASAP, or call me on the phone. I will give you all the info you need. I will tell you exactly what you have to say. Don't ever can talk to me in public or whatever. You just contact me. I'll give you everything you need to say to crush the people that you're going to call globalists, or you're going to call whatever, Black Rockians, whatever's next, Wokians, whatever's next. Call me. I will give you the tools you need to crush these people. I'm sure you're pissed off after the lawsuit and etc. Have at these people with the most powerful tools you can. But this is what's really happening. His daughter, he had on little Nikki, and he mentioned that his daughter was being told at camp that she's bad because she's white. All the kids, that's been going on. That didn't just start. That's been going on for generations. Generations. You can take your grandparents and ask them, and they'll say, nothing was anti-right. Were you told at any point that, and then we can look back and see at the lectures, at the videos, at the cartoons, at the movies, at the curricula that they were exposed to, where they were told in so many words, great-grandparents, in so many words, you're bad because you're not taking care of different mean pathogens back then. You're not taking care of the world. You're better than the world. You got to take care of them if you're not doing it. And so you're immoral. You're not taking. You can go back and find all of these things. That's how we got to where we are today. White people would have never agreed to open the border. They would have in government, white business owners would have never agreed to say, well, the school systems are failing. Nobody knows how to do the work here anymore. Well, then let's just bring in millions and millions of non-white people. White business owners would not have done that if they had already not been infected with mean pathogens. These people come to me, and God bless them. I know this is the time of year. I personally, I start feeling for people who are crippled intellectually, their processing powers, not good. They make bad decisions in life. I start feeling bad for them. I want to do charity for them. It's my normal Western spirit. Not a lot of other people who claim to be mighty Westerners, mighty men and women of the West. They come to the same. No, they kind of just, their grudges get even blacker at this time of year. But for yours truly, I can look myself in the mirror and know that I'm a good person. I start feeling for these people. And I want to reach out to them, and I want to help them come to conclusions that are beneficial to them. And none of these conclusions, they'll say to me, well, Jason, we didn't want it, but the government did it. Who the fuck do you think populated the government? Dumbass. I know I'm getting closer to Christmas. I'm getting closer. Make sure you say Merry Christmas everywhere you go. Even if you're atheist or you practice one of these other spiritualities, make sure you say Merry Christmas. They don't know Happy Yule. They don't know, and a white Christmas and Yule to everybody who's here. They don't know Happy Yule. They don't know all of these other things. They do know Christmas, and they hate it because white people practice it. If you really want to get under their skin, say Christmas, okay? I know Christmas is coming, and my heart, I'm going to start, I wake up and I'm like, I feel bad. I feel like I've beat up children. I feel bad. So I'm trying not to say dumbass, but these people, they come to me and the intellectuals, and they'll say, we didn't want it. We weren't asked. They didn't. Who was running the government and all of the bureaucracies and all of the military and all of the boardrooms and all of the, it was us. It was us. They asked us. And we said yes. That's the hard pill to swallow. They asked us and we said yes. Anti-whites came to white people and white guilted us, anti-whites of all races, white guilted us, made us feel bad about who we were, who we are, where we came from, made us feel bad about all the generations of our people that ever lived or ever will lived. And we said yes. So they did ask. It's an emotionally challenging thing. I get it for people.
but it's something you have to come to grips with.
brains and really creating racial division.
Why do people put up with that?
Okay, so why do people put up with it? Asked Tucker. Because of the way Tucker was raised, because of the way that we were raised. Each generation is worse with anti-whiteism, sickness and white noir from it, because of what preceded us. It's not, didn't just get done. And people like Tucker need to be told, as many good things as he does. Remember, he did say that he would reject as abject any effort by white people to stand up for white people. He needs to be firmly said, man to man, that white guys like him, and their number is fewer and fewer and fewer, benefited from localized socialism in their world. That's why they love democracy. They love all of this other capitalism, because in those environments, this localized socialism of networks, of peer groups, enriches the selfish individual at the expense of the totality, us, the rest of us white guys. So there are millions and millions and millions of us white guys without any connections, without any localized socialist networks that benefit us. Tucker and them, they have them. They've got they got their network still rolling. And so they're like, well, if somebody's going to stand up for white people, then I'm going to oppose that too. Well, then those socialized networks are going to be ripped out of the West. That's what will happen. Because the broad mass of pissed off white guys with nothing left to lose are coming. The infection, what's victimizing him, by the way, when he was on with Lil Nicky, which I guess is maybe his rat name since he's so much into it, Lil Nicky. When Jones was on with Lil Nicky and then pointed out that this was being done to his daughter, the man who's sitting in front of you is talking about his white daughter being victimized on the basis of her essence, on the basis of what she is. And Lil Nicky did not sympathize one iota. He didn't start talking about our victimization. He went on talking about Jews. He went on complaining, why aren't they doing for us? Why aren't they doing X, Y, or Z? Why are they doing A, B, and C? Why aren't you concerned with the victimization of a man sitting 5 feet from you? If I had even a non-white person in front of me and they said, my daughter is being victimized, whatever way that the daughter's being victimized, I'm going to immediately sympathize with them and the victimization of their daughter. Immediately. Because I guess we are the only normal people in the white sympathetic sphere. I don't know. You tell me. But the guy sitting across from Jones at that moment should have gone on, and what I would have done would have gone on why and how his daughter's being victimized and what those meme pathogens are going to do to her, white noir, to her flesh, to her mind, to her spirit. And it's being done to all the white little girls and all the white little boys. Those at the camp before Jones' little girl. Those who come to the camp after Jones' little girl. And you know, the first time I said that, I was in 8th grade.
I don't understand why. I mean, that's just, if you had told me 20 years ago, and I grew up in a world where judging people on the basis of their skin color was totally immoral, and I still believe that. But if you told me 20
lie, 20 years ago, 20 years ago, go read Crucible. 20 years ago, it was only immoral, just like today, to judge non-white people on the basis of race. It has been moral to judge white people on the basis of race for generations. So why is Tucker saying this? Because it is part of this conservative trope, this conservative clothing that America is great and it just has a couple problems, and we're going to be more anti-white. We're going to own the anti-white by their metric, by their measurement, where it is immoral to judge people. And then when you say, just by the way, as an aside, when you say that the other side is not acting in accord with their principle of not judging people on the basis of their race, what does it mean about your side? Apparently, you are, not apparently, but absolutely, you're admitting that apparently your side was all for discriminating immorally on the basis of race. Wow. Wow.
20 years ago, we were going to live in a world where people get on TV and just be like, I hate white people, they're bad. No, it's totally fine. Like,
it's totally shocked. Why would people, 20 years ago, we never thought this would have happened. Tucker, have me on the show. Have me on the show, and I'll set you straight. Are you man enough? Are you man enough? He's done, obviously, tons of good for America, tons of good for folks, obviously. But there are some places where he can have his message honed and his understanding honed. I realize that I'm one of the millions and millions of white guys that are getting really pissed off at white guys from these localized socialist networks across the West who do really well. They got that big house. They got that pretty wife. They got that pretty family. Got a bunch of cars. They got a boat. They go fishing. They got all this stuff still going on, as the rest of us, it's like this, and our hands are sticking up out of the king mud, out of the bete noir of anti-whiteism that continues to pour into the West. We're like this, trying to grab for anything. And these fuckers are still in their beautiful, clean little neighborhoods, and it's still all white, and there are a couple non-white people in there that are great people, so you don't got to worry about them. People like this, and they're still talking about, we would have never thought. We would have never thought. Well, you better start thinking, because white people who are struggling and suffering and drowning and suffocating are going to be ending up in your yards. So you better start thinking.
Why do people put up with that? Like, there should be zero tolerance for that. I don't get it.
The Democratic Party founded the KKK. And when the majority were whites in the South in some areas, they played the race card for political power. Now that the majority in most areas are not white, they're playing the good old-fashioned race card of tell whites, stand down, let people take over your society.
It's just tired old anti-white tropes. This is the Democrats are the real racists, said by the party who hates its white voter base, Republicans. Let's jump to the next, and we're going to keep moving here. Jones says anti-white, and you can thank everybody in this community. It would not have happened.
No state. It's Han-Chinese, period.
Well, they teach us, on their news, that we are going to have Chinese superiority. We are the Chinese supremacist. Xi Jinping admires Hitler.
This is, do not call the Chinese supremacist. Don't call the other thing is you see these people, everybody's inside the anti-white narrative. I get it. I understand. And they haven't been able to think their way out of it. And they'll say things like Jewish supremacists. Do not try to invert their mind viruses, their mind weapons, their meme pathogens, because all you do is activate the original in the minds of our brothers and sisters. This is psychological warfare. Wake up.
He is literally following a race-based operation that is taking the world over, that owns the majority of Hollywood, that's paid off the Democratic Party. And if you look at all these
Okay, so everybody has race-based. Everybody but white people. Don't complain about that. Don't complain. It's wrong for this non-white group to be race-based. They all, percentages of every non-white group, not every non-white person, race-based. Don't complain about that. Start doing it. Defend on the basis of our race.
White shows that you see funded in Hollywood, almost all of it has majority literal communist Chinese government backing that is funding this. So it's real simple. China looks in and sees this diverse culture, and they say, we're going to use that.
Whoa. Jones is about to articulate a point that I have been making forever. He's about to articulate the exact same thing. What have I always said about anti-whiteism? Come on, team white well-being. When you have, especially these J-Spurg types, they want to come around and they want to say, oh, it's just Jews who do. This is what the J-Spurgs say. Because they view everything in the world from a selfish, individualistic position. Everything in the world. They don't care about the rest of the white race. They treat everything as though from the selfish individualist position. So if there's a bee's nest on the porch, well, then the bee's nest has to go. Then I'm good. If there's anti-whiteism in the world, okay, well, the very superficial, reductive understanding of the world, and I get it. I get why people would have that problem. And there's, well, who's behind it? Who's behind it? As though that could even be the case. In the social dynamism of billions of human beings. So they say, oh, well, then it's just a bee's nest. I just get rid of the bee's nest and then I'm fine. Do you see how erroneous that thinking is? So what have I always said? Anti-whiteism is, if nothing else, a tool to wipe out, to undermine, to milk, to eviscerate Western kind. And it exists in our societies because the weakness for it is in us. So Jones is about to say, it sounds like the Chinese are going to use it for that issue.
To split the country up and balkanize it, this diverse culture. And they say, we're going to use that to split the country up and balkanize it. And that's what they've done. And so communist China, along with the Southern Poverty Law.
Now, you would not be able, so that presupposes there's an unspoken premise here that the host population, the founding stock population, is going to permit that to happen, right? If the founding stock population were not anti-white, if the founding stock population saw itself as a people and attained individual well-being by way of group well-being, then a division of society, of our society, could not take place. So the unspoken premise is the Chinese, Jones is saying, will use anti-whiteism. It's almost like every time you turn your head.
Law Center and the ADL and all these groups see America's weakness, and they're literally coming in saying white people are inherently bad because of the color of their skin. They're inherently have cheated people. They've hurt people. White people invented racism. None of that's true. It's really just tribalism. And then they organize all these other groups into race-based groups to then unify them under the Democratic Party to attack who is left that tends to be more conservative, and that is some white people in this country. Though they're panicking because more and more blacks are voting Republican.
No. Non-whites voting Republican is not going to address anti-whiteism. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. What he is saying there that's true is anybody can come in, whether it's wealthy communist Chinese or, as we've seen, I don't know if you all are aware, but there are anti-white organizations that are primarily funded or even solely funded. For example, they're by the anti-white Soros. So he's a Jewish guy. He's anti-white. He's funding entities ostensibly. And some of these anti-white entities are financing anti-Jewish marches and the like. Anti-whiteism society is dynamic. It's living, adapting, and moving in the world. It's not a static bee's nest that you can remove and it's all done. It's all better. Your little ass is safe now. Your little ass, who cares about everybody else? Your ass is fine now. That's infinitely childish thinking. That is infinitely low-brow thinking. Let's jump on to, we just got two more after this. 55-minute mark. And then we're going to keep rolling here today. Having a good day here so far. Making a lot of good points. Like to see if anybody would try to rebut any of that.
Of 90% of the people by 2045. That is the official WF, official UN phase into full operational now. And they say, read their writings, we are going to have a post-industrial world by 2030. We will have no personal cars by 2030. You will be eating bugs by 2030. And we will start the depopulation of 90% of the people by 2045. That is the official WF, official UN, official Club of Rome plan.
What do you mean the depopulation?
They want to bring the world population down to 500 million.
All right, so Club of Rome. Let's just take that for example. How effective are you as an accountant, a bank teller, a bricklayer, a welder, a doctor, a gardener? How effective are you if you go, well, first of all, in your own thinking with yourself, but how effective are you against what's being done to us, what's being done to our civilization, what's being done to white children, white elderly, etc.? If you go around saying this is being done by Club of Rome, any answers? There are ways to view challenges, regardless of the objective reality. There are ways to view challenges that are productive and ways to view challenges that are unproductive or even harmful. Club of Rome is harmful. That doesn't mean that there isn't a Club of Rome or that there aren't anti-white POSs in the Club of Rome. But it does mean that when you occupy yourself with ineffective things, when you occupy yourself with tools that you don't have the power, the wealth, the influence, the pull, etc., to do anything with, those tools are useless to you. Imagine if aliens came to the planet and they're like, well, here is a what you would imagine to be a gun, a firearm, because we see you have so much problems in the world. And when you activate this, you can eliminate the threat to you, but you can also, it will also wrap an invisible shield around you. Nothing can pass through that shield. They give it to you and they leave. If you can't operate this tool, it's a paperweight. It's worse than a paperweight, especially if you pass it around to people. It's worse because there's nothing you can do with it. People will say, but Jason, these things, people research these things. And I'm all for legitimate research and I've endorsed legitimate researchers like Green and others. I'm all for legitimate research and will always be for legitimate research. And there is an academic place for these things in the world. And the information gleaned therefrom at some point may be useful to in more than just an academic fashion. It will be useful, or if it will be useful, it will be to those who have the power and the wealth to do something with those tools. You can do nothing with them. Worse yet, for example, you want to point out Jews that own networks. This will do, media networks, this will do nothing but harm you. It has only ever harmed people. Now, if you go out and you're pointing out anti-whites, now you're talking. Now you're accomplishing something. Now, in the very first instance of this thought, you're benefiting you spiritually, physically, emotionally, intellectually. Why is that? For multiple reasons. But the most important is now you're finally talking in a way that your behavior will follow. And what is that? Individual well-being by way of group well-being.
But I thought we were opposed to genocide. No, or no? I guess we're not.
Well, we're told now, don't have children, it's bad for the earth. And we're told all this, and Elon Musk is right and is a hero for pointing out all the actuaries show, if you don't have 2.1 children, a man and a woman, people go, well, a man and a woman can have 2.1. It's in the aggregate, folks, out of billions. If a country doesn't have 2.1, 2.2 replacement rate, then you don't have people to take care of the old folks, society collapses. And so Japan's 1.3, Italy's 1.3, they're done as cultures. America, without immigrant influx, is about 1.6. That's not viable. And I'm not just talking about white people only here, but white people are 7% of the world population, maybe 8. And so I would be sad if the last of the Eskimos were dying.
See,
I'm sad that
you see, that's another one of the tired and weaker arguments from white sympathetic sphere explicits. It's almost like a crossover argument. It's like, it's the same as I would be for the Satanist to have free speech. And so therefore people who have no power make these kinds of statements, and everyone sees through them. Everyone. It's one of the most transparent things you can say. So when you say that, and it might, in this case, it might be genuine that he would be sad if the Eskimos see, there's no threat to Eskimo existence. And everyone knows this. So it doesn't provide a defense against our victimization. Why? Because by leaving blank the actual concepts that we use here, by leaving this area blank, your actual moral position, your white positive moral position, by leaving that blank, all of your audience will insert what they already know about people. They know about people who care about the victimization of whites. So when you say, well, I would care if the Eskimos cease to exist, and you're not talking using the concepts that we're using here, you're not advancing a white positive social moral position, then they say, yeah, you don't care about the Eskimos because you're a Nazi, because you're a white supremacist. That's what the anti-white pieces of shit will say. That's what your average brother or sister out there, the vague out there, will say, will think about you.
The Japanese, within 100 years, there might be 20 million of them.
But just to my previous...
And these folks, they go on. And what is this an expression of? It's extreme white guilt. We've been white guilted. That is what anti-whiteism does. In a magnificent, horrible way, is to white guilt us. You will not see another animal on the planet or another race of the human animal step up and, rather than openly say, I don't want to see the last of my people, try to defend that they kind of care about the last of their people by saying, I don't want to see the last of this group, and I don't want to see the last of that group. You're seeing the sickness right now come out of him. And it's because he is poisoned by anti-whiteism like everybody else.
Question about, and without getting too personal, but I feel a little bit enervated and down just hearing your dot connecting here. Like, what's the effect on you over 25 years?
Oh, well, see, that's a great point. We're talking about he's talking about being enervated, weakened, divested of energy, depressed as a consequence. And what is it about the dot connecting that made Tucker feel depressed? It's that nothing is actionable. The omnipotent, omniscient beings and organizations have made these decisions. This is going to happen. And so therefore, what can you do in your life? Well, nothing. Nothing is what you can do. The same thing happens in other circles. In Jones' circle, it's going to be the Club of Rome. In other circles, it's going to be, they're going to say it's world Jews, and on and on. That's why you end up feeling down and miserable. Let's get to the last.
We just there's great. More incredible as you can, and then do whatever you have to stay sane, because we have record suicide, we have record depression, we have record drug abuse. This country has been attacked, and if you read deeper into the globalist writings, they admit they're doing it. And so we have to be aware of it. If you're aware of an attack, and aware of the manipulation, it doesn't give you full immunity from it.
That's true. I don't know how much he knows about the psych warfare, but that is true. Just knowing or just saying, the biggest problem we talk about is that the conscious mind is absolutely of the opinion, and all of us, that it is the most powerful thing. Nothing gets by it. And the opposite is true. And it's not subliminal messaging. It's not this. It's not sneaky. It's not sneaky this or sneaky that or something in the sound waves. It's none of that shit. They 100% they push that information in the public so that you don't ever focus, so that you have something, so that you're not on a journey to try to figure out how we're being manipulated. You've got it.
No, it doesn't.
But it gives you a buffer. Imagine people that don't know what's going on, and they really believe.
It doesn't give you a buffer to know that there's psychological. It depends on your understanding of how manipulated you are. Then you can address that manipulation in you, and then you can address the manipulation in others. You can't address the manipulation if you don't understand that it's complete and how it operates within you. You know, it's like what he's talking about here is like being aware that there are scam phone calls won't prevent you from ever being scammed. Being aware that there are scammers out there won't prevent you from ever being scammed, but it gives you a buffer. You see the hubris of the conscious mind? It's like you can be on the lookout. You can't be on the lookout for the subconscious mind operating your world and life based on everything that you have learned. You can't be on the lookout for that. It is who you are.
Things are dangerous, things are bad, not because of the corrupt corporations that are running things, but because those evil people in the countryside don't want to be left alone. That's what they're saying on the news.
Okay, and did you see how he just spoke for the victimizer? Not his fault. It's what brainwashed people in the psychological warfare that's called anti-whiteism, and inside the anti-white narrative, they do it all the time. We pointed out it is one of the biggest. It's like an air raid siren. Hey, folks, share what we're talking about here on your social media right now. Let them know we're going free. We're at a going free gathering, and you're getting information like you've never heard before. When somebody says to you, when they repeat what the victimizer wants you to believe, that is deep psychosis. That is deep brainwashing. It's what he just said, the evil people in the countryside. That is deep brainwashing. If you're not sure about that, and that would be the hubris of your conscious mind, and you got to get over this. You got to realize the conscious mind is infinitely weaker than the subconscious mind. That's where they operate you. That's how psychological warfare operates. But you want to know how you could see this easily? Imagine you are a psychologist, you are a counselor at a school, an elementary school, and one of the children at the school is being physically abused by an adult in the home. And the child comes to you beat up. You know this is happening. And the child says, but I'm bad. I'm bad. You know, but I'm the bad kid that didn't clean my room. I'm the bad kid that didn't put my bike in the garage. Would you think that was just some snark? Would you think that was just some irony? That the kid really is not mentally, emotionally abused to a point that he knows how to recite how wrong he is? Open your eyes. I've been teaching this stuff for so long, and we have so many people. We got people who come and go. We got people who show up and they're like, I don't get it. I don't know. Open your eyes. That is what you're seeing. You're seeing the horribly beaten child say, I'm the little boy who didn't put my bike in the garage.
It's It's the people in the middle of nowhere, the ones left alone. They're the bad guys, and it's the 5-year-old kid that's white. They're really bad. They're all inherently really bad, and just this is a demonic assault, and it really
needs to call it anti-whiteism. Call it out for what it is, brother.
they're all inherently really bad, and just this is a demonic assault, and it really is good versus evil, but
inherently bad. What is Jones? We're talking about the white kids are inherently bad. Anti-whiteism, saying that white children are inherently bad. What is the inherent part? It's our biospirit. If Jones had biospirit, so we have a number of moments here. Jones could have used biospirit. He could have used anti-whiteism. It could have been using anti-white more. He's talking about these crimes against us. He could call them hush crimes. All of this would empower his massive audience, as opposed to giving them tools that they can't do anything with. The Club of Rome, BlackRock. Imagine going to your, and you can think of any economic level. Imagine going to your job and you could climb in top. You're getting ready to climb to the top of that crane. You're going to be there all day long, and you got your piss and shit bucket you're going to climb up there with because you're a working blue-collar man, and you're going to work for a living, and you're about to climb up, and you tell your fellow blue-collar worker whose both of your lives are getting worse and worse, wages stagnating, jobs are being given away, unions don't represent you, they represent anti-whiteism, everything's getting worse in the world, your children are hated, they're being beat, raped, and murdered, and you go to your buddy, you get an opportunity for you two to come together and begin to change in your own minds. And you go to them and you're like, BlackRock is behind all this. And then you climb with your bucket, your shit and piss bucket up to the top of the crane. Imagine how many people Jones could be empowering if he takes up a handful of these concepts, the key concepts of Go Free. The changes that would be wrought by that would be epic. It would begin to crack all these glass houses that so many of these anti-white bastards live in. We're going to pull this down, and we're going to get on to our next item. And we could circle back if there's enough time, but I really want to get to this Fox news piece where you're allowed to be anti-white, but you damn well better not be anti-Jewish at college, because they will come for you. And I don't begrudge Jewish people who are not anti-white stepping up and saying, we don't want Jewish sentiment at this university. We don't want anti-Jewish sentiment, rather, at that university or at that school. I don't begrudge Jews who are not anti-white stepping up and doing that. That's something that we have to be. Them doing that is noble. It is beautiful. It is wonderful. Could you imagine a white person, a wealthy white person that you have no connection to whatsoever? You never know. You would never know them stepping up on your behalf because you too are white. You can't even fathom it, can you?
The big weekend show begins with a Fox News alert.
How was that audio to my audio? Are we about the same? Are they louder? What is it? Let me know really quickly as I take a drink of glorious coffee. A big hello to everybody who is here. That audio was too quiet. Okay. Looks like that's as loud as I can make it. A bit quiet. Let's try this again.
I'm Joe Concha, along with Alicia Acuna, Tom Shalhoub, and Lisa Booth. Tonight, the president of the University of Pennsylvania is out.
Okay. How about now? That looks like it's about as loud as it can get. And pull it over here and see. Yeah, that's as loud as it can get. Now, I did turn it up a bit. Take a look at this woman. She is only 23 years old. This is what anti-whiteism does to you. What race is this woman? Does anybody know? She's the president of University U of Penn. Is that it? Not her best picture. This is what anti-whiteism does to you. And she's anti-white. She is white, says Spud. Hello to you, Spud. Good to see you. So she's white, and yet she's rabidly anti-white. You know, if we just got rid of that bee's nest, all of a sudden, she would be like a wonderful little peach. She would suddenly just be so white positive.
After she refused to call out anti-Semitism on her campus in front.
I'm joking, of course. She's not that young. But she does. She's looking worse for wear. Okay, she refused to call out. Let's go back.
Claudine Gay. She is the president.
Hi, Joe. Well,
back. What is this? Did it change Joe?
The big weekend show begins with a Fox News alert. I'm Joe Concha, along with Alicia Acuna, Tom Shalhoub, and Lisa Booth. Tonight, the president of the University of Pennsylvania is out after she refused to call out anti-Semitism on her campus in front of Congress. Listen.
Now imagine, you can't imagine a president of a university, a dean or whatever, who is out because he or she doesn't call out anti-whiteism on the campus. That's the problem. Not that there are Jewish people, anti-white and innocent, who care enough about Jewish people to exert the influence that they individually and collectively and in small groups and bigger groups wield against universities to prevent anti-Jewish sentiment. The problem is that there aren't white people. White people are far wealthier. There are far more wealthy white people. The problem is that we are not preventing anti-whiteism. You are not going to change the dynamic at a university or at a workplace or etc. by getting rid of a group, which you're not going to be able to do anyhow, but just theoretically getting rid of a group who cares about one group who cares about their own. Because you're going to have the white race who still doesn't give a shit about white people, which means you've got anti-whites in there and anti-whites in other groups as well. You take care of the problem of us not concerning ourselves with our own people's well-being and welfare, then you take care of all of the other problems.
Specifically calling for the genocide of Jews, does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
So the answer is yes.
It is a context-dependent decision.
God, look at her. What like a harridan, just like crone. Anti-whiteism is like this effluvium has seeped into every pore, and it's almost like you're looking at a devil when you're looking at her there. And so what's happening here? What's happening with, why is she saying that it's acceptable in some cases to talk about the eradication of Jews at the university? How is that happening? Well, we articulated it here. We have several times. It's because of the totality of anti-whiteism. The darker skinned element of anti-whiteism is a much larger percentage now, or is a larger percentage now in number, but also in economic strength and positional strength, nodes of power strength, etc., than it ever has been. So as a consequence, the lighter skinned non-whites, Jewish people, are very easily viewed alongside the target of anti-whiteism, which is the white race. They are very easily conflated with white people as a consequence. So, demonstrating that anti-whiteism is a mighty force in and of itself, whether there are anti-white Jews involved or not. And you're not going to be able to get rid of, you can get rid of anti-whites and anti-whiteism. You can't get rid of another group of people. That's not going to happen. And so it's immaterial. So anti-whiteism is so strong in and of itself, and in the body of the growing darker-skinned non-whites who compose the totality of anti-whiteism. And just to be clear, that's not all non-white people. You've got good people and neutral people of every race who are not interested. They're just living their lives. You got good people who object to what's being done in Western civilization and to white people. And you also have anti-whites. So it's so powerful that she can say, okay, yes, there are cases when, context, when you can say. But then what happens? Is it just anti-white Jewish people that are going to freak out and go after this woman? No. It's all Jewish people. Innocent, neutral, anti-white, they're all going to freak out. They're all going to say, fire her ass. They're all saying, this is a threat to the welfare of Jews on the campus. They're all thinking about individual well-being by way of group well-being who compose this quarter or segment or percentage of the overall Jewish community or overall people who call themselves Jews. That group who view their individual well-being by their group well-being can look at something like this and feel concerned for Jewish young people or old people or whatever attending the university. My God, this is what we need for our people. There are, people want to point to like Elon Musk and they're like, well, there's the rich white guy or whatever. There are millionaires, decamillionaires, centimillionaires, shit tons of them that are white. Shit tons that are white. That you don't know their names. Thousands of them could turn up at a university and say, there'll be no anti-whiteism here, because even though I'll never know the white kids that go to this university, I'll never know who they are. They'll never be related to me. They'll never benefit me. But because they are of my people, I'm going to step in here and say, you will not victimize them. There is nothing more noble than that. So it is the wrong thing to do to condemn Jewish people who are not anti-white, who show up at a university and say, we don't want people here talking about exterminating our people. And if you do, then we're going to cause problems for you. Because if you say that's a problem, then it'll always be a sin for you and your people. You and your people will never do it.
Fox News correspondent CB Cotton has the breaking details on the resignation. CB.
Hi, Joe. Well, word of President Liz Magill's resignation comes after widespread public outrage over her congressional testimony, as you just heard, on anti-Semitism. Scott Bach writing before his resignation as chairman.
See, talk about the power of anti-whiteism, irrespective, uncoupled from any anti-white Jews. Talk about the power. Look all around at all the marches and all of these anti-whites. The universities, the presidents of universities are like, hey, yeah, go for it. Go for it. You want to talk about exterminating them? Go ahead. That's the power of anti-whiteism decoupled from anti-white Jews. There couldn't talk about evidence that should completely correct the social conversation in the white sympathetic sphere about just get rid of the bee nest and then I'll be fine. I mean, you can clearly see it. And then, as I said, it's no point to make that Jews showed up to say, you're not going to talk about that. That's no point about anything negative for Jewish people. That's a positive for Jewish people. Jewish people showing up to say, oh, you're not going to talk like that. So my point is made on both sides. I'm proven right on both sides of that fact. Anti-whiteism doesn't need anti-white Jewish people. And Jewish people showing up to say, you're not going to talk about eradicating us at this university proves me right that this is a behavior that if we even approximated it, all the problems would be better in across the West. Absolutely nothing wrong with them showing up to say, no, you're not going to do that. That is exactly what we should be doing.
Of the Board of Trustees, quote, President Liz Magill has voluntarily tendered her resignation as president of the University of Pennsylvania. She will remain a tenured faculty member at Penn Cary Law. He also went on to thank Magill for her service to the school and said,
this is a girl boss. There's so many lessons to choose from this. Look at her age. She is a prime example of white females participating in anti-whiteism, displacing white males, and having the perquisites, having the benefits of anti-whiteism at the expense of the white race. And now she's thrown away. They're not going to be few and fewer of these white female girl bosses moving forward that are going to benefit from anti-whiteism. You're seeing, isn't that interesting? Once again, Jason is right. Once again, the Knights of the White Table are right. As the percentage of the overall group of anti-whites grows in the dark anti-whites, dark-skinned anti-whites, as that percentage grows, we see Jews getting conflated with white people and white women being excluded from the benefits and perquisites of anti-whiteism. Once again, just pointing out how we're right again. Pointing out how we're right once again.
She'll remain on as Penn's president until a replacement is appointed. Magill also releasing a short statement saying it had been her privilege to serve as president and an honor to work with the Penn community.
Oh, but don't say anything negative about white women, Jay. You can never say anything bad about girls. Folks, get over that shit. Can grow up. Grow up. That's anti-whiteism says that. That's anti-whiteism says that. By the way, one of these antag losers that was made a whole video criticizing me for complaining about females doing anything wrong and being guilty of anything in argument with Rapunzel, with Grace online, ends up blaming all women for getting his accounts kicked again and again from Twitter. This is the kind of people going to complain about me finding fault with everybody, including women, and then blames all women for his Twitter accounts again and again and again and again getting kicked off of Twitter. Scum.
Now, calls for Magill to step down have grown louder ever since that anti-Semitism hearing on Capitol Hill. Where
he said to her, it was all she captured and everything. She got it all. Actually got to, and then he went away when she was like, oh, good. She totally bitch slapped that motherfucker. She totally bitch slapped him. She's like, oh, so it's the women. It's the girl bosses that are getting you thrown off of Twitter all the time. Got it. You're blaming all women now. This is the kind of classless scum.
Where she and presidents from Harvard and MIT testified for hours, all three now facing major blowback for wishy-washy answers on.
Of course they do. Could you imagine being part? It can't even fathom it. I and the Knights of the White Table who are here must be throwbacks to healthier times or throw forwards to a healthier age that's coming. That's what we are. We are throw forwards to a healthier age that is coming. Imagine being part of the current white race and saying, what? You mean people from this race who will never know the members of that race on that campus are all coming together to shut things down for the good of their people? Bastards. Seriously? You selfish, individualistic little pricks.
whether calls for a Jewish genocide would be considered harassment on their campuses. MIT's board issuing.
And by the way, let's point out right now, and I said in the title, they call for biological white erasure on the campuses across the West every day. Sometimes they explicitly say it. Sometimes their professors, their deans, their students, their different groups, fraternities, sororities, they'll explicitly say, and we'll share the news about it, that white people all have to die and everything is better. White people all have to be gone and everything will be better. But they say the exact same thing with terms like whiteness and all of the things, the plans that they say to better America, to better Germany, to better the totality of the West, are things that victimize the white race. Taken to the logical conclusion is our extermination, is our biological white erasure. And let me tell you this. These Jewish people who are showing up right now to complain about and get these people fired, God bless them for the Jews who are not anti-white. God bless them for showing up, because that's the exact behavior we need to emulate. We'll do it 10 times better. That is the exact behavior we need to emulate. But actually, we'll just keep moving here, and then we'll see.
A statement standing by its president after this exchange with Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. Watch.
I don't know if they're going to walk away from this now. You better believe that these same Jewish people who are engaged in this now, if there were discussions, if there were whole classes of study that led in the direction of victimizing Jews and eventually leading to their extermination, these exact same Jewish people would be showing up saying, you're not teaching that here. You're not going to have these professors. You're not going to, they would all be doing it.
Calling for the genocide of Jews does not constitute bullying and harassment?
Oh, here's another one. Now, is she white? Is this one white? Does she identify as white? Is she another girl boss that benefited from anti-whiteism?
Not heard calling for the genocide for Jews on our campus.
But you've heard chants for intifada.
I've heard chants, which can be anti-Semitic depending on the context, when calling for the elimination of the Jewish people.
So those would not be according to the MIT's code of conduct or rules?
That would be investigated as harassment if pervasive and severe.
Meanwhile, McGill's testimony.
So, and then there was a black woman up there too. Was she another anti-white hire? We don't know if she actually had paid her dues. We don't know if she actually had the education to be in charge. We don't know. You can't know in the West today. You can't. It's just anybody but a white guy. Anybody but a white guy. So who knows? That might have been it's a total white erase panel. A bunch of diversities. Where you have diversity, you can have excellence. And eventually, you can have competence. And we see that everywhere. That's a meme curative we created, and it's true every time.
Was looped and displayed on this digital billboard truck, which circled.
Like, why? And you see how whoever paid for this. Let's see here for a second.
If pervasive.
She looks like she would devour human flesh, doesn't she? She's got to be a white, anti-white person.
And severe.
Meanwhile, McGill's testimony was looped and displayed on this digital billboard truck, which circled Penn's campus, calling for her firing. The elite school also.
Okay, another thing I want to point out before I forget. Look at the frothing insanity of rage, of shock by the white people in government. Forget about the non-white people in government for a moment. Look at all the white people, how outraged they are over the anti-Jewish sentiment at these universities. Not a fucking thing of concern for white people. Not a thing. And so look at this truck here. Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. You notice that on the truck here, I'm guessing that it's Jewish people who care, might be anti-white Jews, might be innocent Jews, might be neutral Jews. I don't know. But of course, they're going to object to a conversation about exterminating their people. And you know what I noticed here? They're not calling for the extermination of other people on the bus. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because I thought that's what fucking works. Right? Jason doesn't agree. Jason disagrees with these others out there in the white sympathetic sphere. And they don't like that. And so therefore, Jason needs to change and be more like them, because they're obviously right. The only way to get ahead in the world, the only way to bring your message to stop the victimization of our people is to call for the extermination of other people. That's the only way. Except that has never done anything to arrest the victimization of our people. Oh, but you see, we just want to start a conversation that will end up in the victimization of other people. That's all. You remember these little lisping losers? We just want to start it. Jason won't let us have a conversation. Let's have a conversation with your real name, face, identity, location about how you might be, maybe you're not, thieving from all of your neighbors in your condominium, the person who's setting fires in the neighborhood, the person who is injuring shit tons of people. Let's start that conversation, because it's just a conversation. I just see so through you midwittery turds. It's just a conversation. So I wonder why they're not saying on this bus that whole groups of people need to be exterminated. Probably because they're thinking about themselves through the body of their people, rather than selfishly concerning themselves with their own selfish asses. They're not seeing the beehive on their porch. They're bright enough to handle the beehive on their porch as the selfish individual, and then to take care of their individual well-being by way of their people on the grander scale.
Risked a huge financial hit after major donor Ross Stevens threatened to withdraw a $100 million donation. The board of the university's prestigious Wharton School of Business also called on Magill to step down. Amid all the blowback, Magill tried to clarify her remarks on social media.
I want to be clear. A call for...
Wouldn't it be great to have all these white people with their DECA and CENTA, shit tons of them, come forward, and you get this like total craven capitulation from heads of universities? I want to be very clear. I object to any anti-whiteism. I object to any white erasure. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? But yeah, let's keep doing things the way they've been doing them. Let's keep having more lectures. Let's keep just doing things. Let's keep having big wish lists. There's a video being passed around. Maybe I'll even watch it when we roll in and review it, of Lil Nicky with a great wish list. And all these people are like, yeah, you got a wish list. Same shit that 30 years I've been listening to. Same wish lists. You know what we need? We need white identity. Oh, really? Yeah, he is the boss, isn't he? He just knows what he's talking. That's what we need. Yeah, we also need the Martians to show up and to crawl up our asses and animate us with Martian power. Yay! Grand wish lists. The problem is getting there, and we have that remedy. But no, let's keep occupying ourselves with the wish lists.
Genocide of Jewish people is threatening, deeply so.
But many, including Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, said the damage was already done. Stefanik taking to X.
Stefanik, what race is she?
This afternoon, saying in part of Magill's resignation, this is only the very beginning of addressing the pervasive rot of...
Does anybody know Elise Stefanik? What race is she? Congresswoman.
Anti-Semitism that has destroyed the most prestigious higher education institutions in America. And that same
Are you fucking kidding me? What race is this hoe? What race is this hoe? The anti-Jewish sentiment that has destroyed the universities? This is so fucking infuriating. And where does it come from? It's not the fault of the Jews. It's the fault of white people. Brand Danger, she's a Martian. Yeah, it's the fault of white people. Anti-whiteism is the universities are anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism is the universities. Where are all the white people coming out saying you've destroyed the universities, no money for you, no peace for you, no licenses in government, by way of government. You need licenses to operate. You need on and on and on. Where are the white people? But you get the slightest pushback from anti-whites, the body and energy of anti-whites, conflating Jews, specifically Israeli Jews, with white people. You get the slightest bit, and everywhere across the West, they're saying everything's been destroyed now. We'll just have to burn it to the ground. And then you want to make the total asinine, humiliating, ridiculous argument that there's something wrong with Jewish people for complaining about this? Look in the fucking mirror, you little bitch. Take the hard pill. Everybody who wants to keep passing the buck. How does this used to be like common knowledge in the West. You don't pass the buck. You do it. Everybody wants to keep passing the buck. Get fucking lost. Simple as that. This ain't a place. The buck stops here. We're going to use another old saying here. The buck stops here. We are taking ownership. By way of our deeds and our intelligence, we have already changed the conversation worldwide about our victimization, and we are only getting warm. In time enough, we'll be holding the backs of the necks of these wealthy white people, having them do the right thing, metaphorically, holding them by the back of the neck.
Social media post, Stefanik went on to call for presidents at Harvard and MIT to also step down, while also promising a, quote, robust and comprehensive congressional investigation into how the three elite schools handled anti-Semitism on its campuses. Back to you.
CB Cotton, thank you. All right, let's discuss. I'll go to the girl wearing blue. And that doesn't narrow things down very much now, does it? All right.
Oh, that was a funny joke. The girl wearing blue.
Of the same color now.
Good point.
I digress.
Yes. So in all seriousness, Claudine Gay, she is the president of Harvard that CB just talked about. If McGill is gone at Penn, you got to think that Gay is probably gone at Harvard next because money talks.
Well, yeah, and you've got to think of big donors looking at what Ross Stevens did. And
by the way, it was just this same week, just this past week, that Fox News, by way of Jesse, he'll bend over for any anti-whiteism waters, said that the money, millions of dollars, was coming in from Arabs and I guess Muslim Arabs. And that's why there was anti-Semitism on the campuses, and that these Arab Muslims own the universities. Not a word about anti-whiteism. You can have anti-whites from both of the from anti-white Jewish people, anti-white Arab people, anti-white Muslim Arab people, and Fox News, zip, not going to say a thing.
Threatening to pull a $100 million donation and then wanting to follow suit to try to, get some of these university presidents fired. I mean, can you imagine what would happen on college campuses if students were calling for the genocide of Black people? or calling for the
Great
genocide of
point.
Muslims? I mean, what do you think the reaction truly would be? And liberals have set up a society.
Why is it what she just said? Why would that be more shocking today than, say, years past? The argument relative to Jews, because of what we already articulated. The percentage of dark-skinned anti-whites is much, much higher. Much higher. And guess who would be rallying against any sort of argument of the genocide of blacks or Arabs? It would be anti-whites of every stripe. You got to open your eyes and your understanding to what's really happening. It's not your bee's nest.
Where only some lives matter depending on your race and your ethnicity. And these universities.
Listen to this argument. How do we get to a place where only some lives matter depending on your race and your ethnicity? Never a word from this cupcake when this is happening to white people.
University presidents are a reflection of that society. And I think Republicans have done a brilliant job this week, both with Speaker Johnson holding that press conference with students from these universities, and then also at the Education Committee with Virginia Fox and Elise Stefanik, holding these university presidents' feet to the fire, allowing the world and the country to see with their own eyes, their own ears, what's actually happening. And just to briefly take you through
what's actually happening, they're making it sound like this is the anti-white narrative is going to conclude, well, it's just been always, and it's just horribly, when the reality is nothing remotely close to that. Nothing. Now, anti-white Jews will make that argument. It's always been anti-white at the university to deflect from the actual anti-whiteism. Innocent Jews, normal Jews, neutral Jews, or whatever that could all come together to get these bitches fired, they're not going to have any interest one way or the other. That is presumed already by their innocence or their lack of interest or etc.
through what some of these students had said. You have Eyal Jacoby at the University of Pennsylvania said he was called a dirty little Jew.
Wow.
By students.
And she's reporting this on Fox News. How many white people are called white supremacists, neo-Nazis, for just mentioning that the victimization of white people should stop? Could we talk about it a little bit, whether or not it's just to victimize little white children for these arguments that you're making, these excuses you're giving about things back in time? No, they're not going to be reporting that on Fox.
And a professor. You had...
Why is that? Because anti-whiteism.
Another student, Talia Khan at MIT, said 70% of the students polled there don't feel... They're trying to hide their personal identity because they're so afraid of what's happening on that college campus. One student's identity was then...
Really? So Jewish students are trying to hide their... Is that kind of like white people claiming that they have non-white heritage? Is that kind of like white people claiming to actually be different races? Is that like white people trying to hide their white identity by being rabidly anti-white? Is that like white people trying to deny and reject their identity by being golfers or metalheads or anything else but white? To the tune of, well, geez, for generations now, hundreds of millions of us. So afraid, so white guilted. But now you have this little episode, and suddenly there was a Jewish guy who had to pretend he wasn't Jewish. And that's Fox News. Why is that? Because Jews are non-whites. And non-white people in the anti-white narrative are always good. They're always the victim. They're always innocent. And white people are always the villain. That's why it doesn't matter how many hundreds of millions of white people are being victimized every day the exact same way for generation after generation. Nothing is said.
It was they put the identity out there of the student, and he's been in hiding in the weeks since. And then on Harvard, there's been calls to globalize the Intifada. So this is what these students are facing on college campuses. And it's not just speech. This isn't a free speech issue. I mean, they were being bullied, they were being harassed, and they're in fear of their lives.
Tom, at last check, it's the year 2023, and we just had about 2 months ago the most horrific.
Wait a second. He started talking. And something about him, I immediately zoned out. Did he just say the year? Did he just say it's the current year? He did not just say that. It's the current year.
insidious attack.
They're in fear of their lives.
Tom, at last check, it's the year 2023.
Whoa, what a point. These are the kind of white guys. If they're going to bring any white guy in, we already know it's one or all of these together. He has to have a specific sexual attraction that he concludes is a chunk of his identity of who he is. And he has to be very dumb, a gelded, pathetic, pushover, pussycat, and the kind of person that will make arguments that will appeal to the sewing circle of the ladies of both sexes out there. This is the teenager girl argument, which, by the way, isn't it interesting? When folks like to try to slander yours truly, it's so interesting how right from the white sympathetic sphere, their arguments are so often the exact same arguments that teenage girls make against them. You're weird. He's weird.
And we just had about 2 months ago, the most horrific, insidious attack on Jews we've seen since the Holocaust. Beheadings, the murder of babies, the elderly.
How many of these impassioned spiels, statements has he made about what's happening to our people? Us in South Africa, us in Rhodesia, us in Italy, us in France, and talking about white people, us, as the victims? None. How many white women get raped every single year in the United States by anti-white non-whites? Don't tell me that these people aren't anti-white that are raping white women. Don't fucking tell me. Don't tell me that they're sitting there. Can you imagine the anti-white, non-white rapist eyeing the white woman up that he's going to rape, gang rape, and then murder or whatever, and say to himself, you know what? I'm going to comport myself with magnanimity. I'm going to overlook all of the evil the white race has done to my people and all peoples of the world. I'm just going to overlook it all when I rape this woman to death. I'll have not a thought to it. No, every one of these vile bags of shit are anti-white. There ain't no crimes being committed against white people except in accident, where the victimizer hasn't had some sort of anti-white sentiment. It's just not happening, especially when it's non-white on white crime. So how many white women are raped every year? And have you seen any impassioned pleas from this guy? Jewish women, innocent people women get raped by terrorist monsters invading the country. I don't know how many, but I guarantee it was a lot less than happens every year just in the United States. Nothing from this guy.
Rapes, kidnappings, and this anti-Semitism is...
How many white women and little boys and little girls kidnapped by anti-whites because of a white erasure of our legal system, wide open border, the lax controls over the pedophilic communities online, on and on. How many? You see this guy getting fired up? Nah.
Out in the open.
Why is that? Anti-whiteism.
You would think the opposite reaction would have happened, but instead, it's a scary time to be Jewish on campus in America in 2023.
Yeah, I would love to bitch slap this motherfucker. I really would. I wouldn't. He's such a clown. Can you believe it? How these Jews are having to live in 2023 every day for white people. Every day, you clown.
And the interesting thing about this incident and this time in history is that it didn't used to happen that way. You know, campus politics were always left wing.
In a bitch slap in a way that would make him giggle, metaphorically, and would make him giggle.
You had professors who agreed with Bin Laden.
Look at both of these guys are like, talk about pencil dicks. Both of these guys. There ain't, between the two of them and their relatives, there ain't enough testosterone to make one man of the West.
Laden essentially in the 90s. You know, they wanted the same goals that Bin Laden has. They said, get our troops out of the Middle East, stop exporting our culture to the Middle East. But once 9/11 happened, they weren't saying, oh, well, let's take a look at this bin Laden thing. Maybe the guy makes a point. You know what I mean? I mean, most people weren't. There was a few wacky professors who were. But in this case, the anti-Semitism is so ingrained in college campuses that they think.
Fucking disgusting. Anti-whites. These people, anti-white as any of the others. Anti-white as those university presidents, deans, etc. Anti-white as those morbid, obese cows with purple hair and piercings through every one of their cow's hide. As anti-white. Could you imagine talking about the smattering nothing of anti-Jewish sentiment that's on college campuses compared to anti-whiteism? Could you be in that anti-white? That's your conservative circles, my friends. Those are your conservative friends. Those are your conservative leaders. That's what you find on Fox. That's what you find with so many conservative content creators.
Think, well, no, this is the side we're supposed to be on. I mean, these people, they should have been advised not to show up to this thing. Were they under subpoena? Because that's the only thing that should get these fools to answer questions, because they don't know how to talk. I mean, at least Stefanik, God bless her, she asked them all the same question. And then, you know, after seeing someone get raked over the coals for saying it depends.
Oh, so what you're saying is they got there because of anti-whiteism, because they weren't going to hire any white guys, no matter how long they've worked at it, no matter how bright they are, no matter how deep the education, no matter how much they deserved it, they weren't going to get the job because of anti-whiteism. And these fools then all got raked over the coals on this exact same question.
Two, is genocide bad? The next one was like, I'll have what she's having. It depends. It's almost unbelievable.
In Stefanik's case, 17 times to the Harvard president, the same.
Totally is a great example, again, of my point that anti-whiteism is an entity and thing and energy without anti-white Jews. There are anti-white Jews. There are Jews that aren't anti-white. There doesn't need to be anti-white Jews for there to be so much power of anti-whiteism exerted on these women that they actually said talk of genocide is okay.
Question, and she couldn't answer it. Bill Maher, who's become somehow the voice of reason on the left, he ripped the presidents of Harvard.
And Bill Maher, we'll have a quick listen to that. Then we're going to move on to the Republican Party and Kevin McCarthy and what they think of you, white voter. Please take a moment to give a like and to share the gathering so we can get this information out to as many people as we possibly can. It's a lovely thing. It's a lovely thing to empower our folks so that their lives improve.
In Stefanik's case, 17 times to the Harvard president, the same question, and she couldn't answer it.
So it's not that she couldn't answer it. It's that because of the context between Israel and Hamas, anti-whites who are increasingly dark-skinned anti-white, non-whites are conflating Jews, in specific Israeli Jews, with white people who are the villain, the evil villain of anti-whiteism. This conflict will pass, and the mild fissure will pass, and anti-whites of all races will be able to turn all their energy back to the white race without any concern whatsoever for each other. They'll put it all back on us once again. There won't be any sort of blip in the energy, any sort of diminution in the energy and the vitriol and the hate and the traducement and etc. What you have is this little blip now in the energy of victimization coming toward us. That'll go away. Jewish people, anti-white and otherwise, are not about to be targeted and victimized by anti-whiteism. There is not about to be and then these people who were thinking such things are not even thinking about the folks who are objecting to what's going on in Israel on behalf of the Palestinians. They're not even thinking about these people as anti-whites. They're thinking about them just as anti-Jewish, and they celebrate the J-spurgery. These people will slit your throat literally in many cases. Literally. But there's not even remotely. I was 100% right, 1,000% right about Kanye West. And I'm going to be 1,000% right. All those losers that attacked and badmouthed and slandered and misrepresented, and I was right the entire time. The same thing is going to happen here. Mark my words.
Bill Maher, who's become somehow the voice of reason on the left, he ripped the presidents of Harvard, MIT, and UPenn on Friday night. Take a look.
Right. See, what irks me is that, look, I'm always going to be on the side of as far as you can push free speech. Yep. What bothers me is the double standard.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
No, he just lied right there. Don't let that pass. He's not on the side of free speech. Plenty of times I have seen this guy argue against speech that arrests the victimization of whites. We just saw him celebrating the white erasure of London, the total white erasure of London in that interview with Osborne. And then disparage those who were shocked by it, who were horrified by it, who would object to it. So he's not for free speech. He is a vile anti-white pig.
Say they don't want to say kill the Jews, but I certainly have heard chanted the Jews. The Jews. Can you imagine? I cannot think of any other group that you can say the blank and have it be acceptable.
Folks, that is off the charts effrontery. He can't think of another group that you could say F the group and it would be acceptable. 1,000 times a day at every university, they're saying F the white race. Everywhere you look, white erase everything that's white, change the history, take down their statues, remake their governments. They've thieved from the totality. Well, every one of these, like these different departments at universities that study this non-white group or that non-white group, it's never just about the non-white group. It's always about the white race took this from us. The white race did that to us. Thousands of times a day, they're saying F the white race at every university. And this vile anti-white piece of shit is saying he can't think of another group that they would say that of. He just can't think of it. And then his audience, presumably, is steeply populated by white people who say, yeah, nobody else. That would not happen to anybody else. Are you fucking out of your minds? And you want to take stats to these people? Are you getting crazy? You want to tell me again, huh? Tell me again, huh? I don't hear you. Speak up. Speak up. I want to hear about how you want to go take stats to these folks, all right? Oh, you want to do some revisionist history lessons. Tell me again. They just said, can't think of another group that they say F the group to. They can't think of another one. These fucking fantasists living in this anti-white narrative. You want to take stats to them? You want to debate them with stats and revisionist history? And then when I demonstrate how that doesn't work, then you hate Jason. Then you find reasons to concern troll on Jason. Boy, Jason proved us wrong again. Doesn't work. Let's hate on Jason some more. Let's concern troll some more about Jason. What's Jason's concern? Jason has spent, you look at the money that comes in here, all of it going out for white well-being costs. It will never get near the amount I've spent over the course of all these years. You avaricious little con artists. What's Jason doing this for? Why is Jason arguing against giving stats and data? Because the white people Jason will never know. Why does Jason argue against being white negative, demonizing other groups of mankind? Why does Jason argue against revisionist history? Because the white people Jason will never know are going to go out in the world and live their lives. And their lives are shitty and getting worse, or they soon will be shitty. And they're going to have to argue against this. And Jason wants them to win. That's why. You're never going to meet somebody with a purer motive. I got plenty of faults and failings, but you never will meet anybody who will stand in the face of fire of friend and foe to benefit our people singularly and collectively. Maybe it's only somebody in the flower of their youth who has to see the evil and dedicate his life to it. And then it's continually fed. It's not something that can just be forgotten for 6 months here, 6 months there. Something that's everywhere to dedicate yourself and then have to live that life. Maybe that's the only way you get to somebody with a motivation this pure. This vile piece of shit. And all these white people applauding, yay, no group. No group. It's like a bunch of seals. Yeah, it's anti-whiteism. A bovine herd of these white people. Moo, moo, mar, moo, mar.
There's anything good that has come out of this? Yes. It's that now you see what we've been talking about. We were not making it up.
Oh, now you see what we have been talking about. Now you see, we haven't been making it up. This little blip of nothing that they are absolutely extirpating people so fast out of their positions, their witches' shoes are still left behind the desks. They are ganking them bungee style so fast out of their positions for this tiny blip. And it's not even, and the vast majority of these things that I have seen, this anti-Jewish sentiment, has been directed at Israel. And they are ganking these people out of their worlds like bungee rope attached to them. And now you've seen what we're always facing. And then the white people in the audience, let's watch more of this guy, this anti-white turd, this anti-white speaking turd. Let's watch more of him. And then look at this ridiculous host. He's like, yes, or whatever he's about to say. Yes, you're so right. It's all of America is nothing but anti-Jewish sentiment. All of the West is nothing but how do the Jews ever survive a fucking day? But, I don't blame, as I say, the anti-white Jews like this piece of shit telling that sort of lie. I expect that anti-whites will tell lies. I expect that. What I blame are the white people who are applauding it and agreeing with it. They went to college. They went to high school. They went to trade school. They went to the military. There were no watch classes in the military about how bad Jews are. There are no university classes about how evil the Jews are. There are none. There are none of this. You can't go anywhere institutionally and find institutional condemnation of Jewish people anywhere. But of course, anti-white Jews would say that it was the case. But you don't just face anti-white Jews when you have these positions, when you have these marches where they're saying things like eradicate Jews or the equivalent thereof. You're going to face the anti-white Jews, the Jews who didn't care yesterday, the neutral Jews, the Jews who love America. You're going to face them all of the group of Jews that care about Jews as a people. There'll be other Jews who won't give a shit, and they're not going to get involved, and they don't care. But of that group that cares, you're going to face them all. But it's the white people who are anti-white or vagues who are applauding this. They go to all of these universities, trade schools, institutions, etc. in the West. There are no classes that are anti-Jewish, but there are anti-white. There's anti-white in mathematics. You can't go to high school. You can't go to elementary school. You can't go to trade. You can't go to junior high school, middle school. You can't go to primary learning. You can't go to secondary learning. You can't go anywhere and find out how awful Jews are. But everywhere, it's how awful white people are. Everywhere. Everywhere. And if I was on the stage and I said, do you see what we're talking about? There wouldn't be an audience clap of white people. Yeah, he's so right. There'd be a bunch of vagues sitting there going, I don't know if I should applaud that. And I've seen it everywhere. It's true, but that's immoral. And then there would be some from the white sympathetic sphere here would say, oh, Kim, because he doesn't want to hate on every Jew the moment they're born. Nobody be applauding that. So the question has to be, what do you got to do about the white people, the vagues in the seats? How do you change their sentiment so that they roar the way they're roaring now? Well, that's what we figured out. That's what we figured out with the Go Free method. That's what we continue to improve. That's what continues to be under the microscope of the scientific method. That is what we have done and continue to improve. It's not enough to just complain about the way white people are going to respond. It's not enough to say we need all those white people who are not going, who are going to cheer for another group. We need them to have racial identity. It's not enough to have that wish. It's not enough. It's not enough to advance a leader, to advance a center of attention, a sinecure. It's not enough to advance that so that everybody can say, "Oh, there's my horse in the race. There's my horse in the race, and so I don't have to do anything. I can just tell everybody who doesn't like him and they're a loser, and we'll just let him make these vague abstractionist arguments that aren't getting to the problem in the millions of the people, of our brothers and sisters that are out there." What in the world do you think you're going to do with this body of people that applauds this? What in the world? If the content creator, organization leader is not talking about the remedy, they're not saying anything.
It's all great points. And Alicia, as far
all great points. How long ago did they cut your testicles off? All great points.
As Harvard specifically, the Crimson has a student newspaper there called The Crimson, and they did a survey of professors on campus, and they asked, how would you deem your ideology? What would you call yourself? 97% said they were either somewhat liberal or very liberal. Less than 2% said they were conservative. So you could fire these university presidents, but until you change the ideology in terms.
Okay, so here you have a self-vested, self-interested argument that is totally spurious. It is sophistical. It seems plausible to those who are conservative or Republican, but is erroneous, is false. That's what that means. So what he's saying here is that if you just have conservatives in there, then you won't have a daily genocide of Jews. If you have liberals in there, then you'll have this daily genocide of Jews. That's where it comes from. 97% of them are liberals, and that's the problem. Then being liberal is not the issue. It's whether or not people are anti-white. And you're not going to benefit us by replacing presidents at universities so that they are more protective of Jews. Trust me, the Jews are going to make sure that they're good, okay? The Jews are going to make sure of that. You don't have to worry as a conservative of doing all you can do with your resources, with your money, with your time to supplant, to vote Republican or whatever, which is our great segue here, to supplant leftists, liberals, Dems are the real racists, with conservatives to protect Jews. As you can see with the firings and the censures, these official censures and etc., as you can see, Jewish people are going to take care of themselves. Good for them. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I want our people doing it. Emulate. Let's go. Let's do one better. Everybody's doing it but us. Let's get in on the game. Let's get in on the party. That's what I'm all for. But this guy's saying, vote Republican. That's what he just said. Perfect segue to our next story, which is, of course, which is, of course, I got to refresh this thing here. One moment. Here it is. Kevin McCarthy and the Republican Party. Let's talk about these people, shall we? Kevin McCarthy. Why hasn't he been officially censured by the Republican Party? Why haven't folks moved in to burn down the Republican Party and leadership? Why haven't they moved in to burn down the Republican Party and leadership after Johnson comes in and releases a bunch more of the video footage from Patriots Day that demonstrates that police officers shaking hands, all of these orderly lines of people walking through the Capitol? Kevin McCarthy was complicit in the riot, anti-white riot narrative. So where's the uproar? Why isn't this bastard being pulled down? He has been anti-white all along, as the totality of the Republican Party is. Anti-white all along. Kevin McCarthy takes down his own party while praising Democrats in new viral video. And this is an anti-white author, I believe. And so there's probably going to be some lessons from that we can draw. Hell has frozen over and pigs are flying because Republican Kevin McCarthy is going viral for praising Democrats instead of the vitriolic hate he's usually known for. His vitriolic hate. He was colluding with Democrats and hardcore anti-whites because he's a hardcore anti-white all along. He was known, and I see these conservative content creators, and they are pissed off that Gates got this guy thrown out, and because Johnson is practically the same, and we just should have left enough alone. Are you fucking kidding me? Losing is what you should leave alone. You should just let it keep on chugging along. No, you keep burning it down until maybe a phoenix arises. That's what you do. And with our tools, a phoenix will arise. But here's this vile filth. He is vile. He was known on the Hill for making deals with Republicans. Yes, I'll vote here if you vote there. This is what we're trying to do. Then he would backstab them, kind of like me getting backstabbed all the time. He would backstab them and take their vote, do nothing in return, no money in return, nothing. And he would move right along. And because he had so much power, so many connections with wealthy donors, he was just able to do this again and again and again. And not only that, known for also agreeing to do things with Republicans and then going behind the doors with Democrats and changing it all up to give the Democrats whatever they want. And then coming back and saying, well, there was nothing else we could do. Generations of Americans have dealt with the Republicans doing this now and just nothing but losing. And he's a prime example of how that happens. And so here you have a Democrat living within the anti-white narrative, viewing this guy as the devil personified. Do not believe that he's on your side because people who identify as Democrats, who are more hardcore, openly hardcore anti-white, dislike him. He's not your friend. Leave that for the conservative realm where the people, have where their age always outnumbers their IQ points. Leave that for them. Or they don't like him, or did I like him? Not only does the video clip show the newly ousted Speaker of the House paying the Democrat Party compliments, but he also lampooned his own party for its lack of diversity. Translate that. What is lack of diversity? Too many white people. So he mocked, ridiculed, condemned, admonished the Republican Party for having too many white people. He praised the Democrats, diversity, for having having ousted, white erased as many white people as they have and are in the process of getting rid of. That's what he just did. Whose morality is that? That is the social morality of our day, which is the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative. It's good to get rid of white people, and it's bad to keep them around. How does he feel about those white voters? If he wants to get rid of all those people that white people elected, how does he feel about those white voters? That's the opinion the Republican Party has of you. And I can tell you, and I share it in Born Guilty, which you should, 5 years suppressed. We'll talk about it again a little bit this evening, a little bit later. I talk about these off-the-record meetings that were held every Wednesday, and the biggest and brightest people still who appear on television today as the strategists, the minds. And they said, these individuals said, we're not doing anything for the white race. Nothing. Everything is for the non-white races. We need their votes. White people will vote for us no matter what. That's why when I was doing Jason Goes Political, I came up with the tool that the great No White Guilt Clips implemented, where you put Republicans on the spot, especially where they have razor thin potential to defeat a Democrat or an independent. And you say, what about white people? Are you going to be anti-white? And you cause them to lose if they won't say that they will care about white people. They'll say they will oppose anti-whiteism, just like they would oppose anti-Jewish sentiment. Because in a razor-thin margin, there'll be enough white people that'll say, what? He's anti-white, she's anti-white, I'm not going to vote. That's the only political leverage we have. That's it. And at first, as I pointed out in Jason Goes Political, it would just be lip service. They would get into office and screw us over. But as we got more and more of them to give us lip service with these tools, we'd recapture our destiny. More and more, the lip service to get elected would become the lip service to get reelected, would then become the deeds to get reelected. You follow me? But no, join a Nazi party. That's the path. Yeah, that'll do it. The video, which already has 2.5 million, more than that, I guess now and counting, comes from a debate McCarthy took part in at Oxford on October 28th. How is this not everywhere? Could you imagine any other race to demonstrate the depth of anti-whiteism in the white population? The degree to which we are poisoned by anti-whiteism and suffering white noir. Imagine if a Jewish politician in America said, when I look at my party, I see too many Jews. Imagine that. You would see, like you're having here with these university presidents and deans, a beautiful thing. Powerful Jews, weak Jews, whatever, a percentage of their overall population would come out and say, oh my God, get this guy thrown out. He's a self-hating Jew. He's anti-Semitic, they would say. We'll defund him. We'll fund his opposition. We'll slander him. They would come out of everywhere. If a black politician came out and said, my party has too many black people would erupt with invective about the black politician instantly for being anti-black. If a Hispanic did that, if an Arab did that, if an Asian did, you could go to everybody but white people. So who's the problem? the white population did not come out in outrage, in wealth, in money, in power, in numbers about his anti-whiteism, because white people are infected with anti-whiteism, because white people are selfishly individualistic. We need to address these things in ourselves if we're ever going to get better. We do that with the concepts in Go Free. It's very easy to begin thinking and heading in the right direction. We have to take responsibility for ourselves. I can't believe that the age is so sick that that line of argumentation is rebuffed and vilified by white people. I can't believe it. That's how sick we've become. You're blaming the victim, taking responsibility for ourselves. Child comes home. Paul gets great grades. He's just so smart. He's studying all the time. I see him. He's reading all the time. It's awful. I hate him. That's why I have bad grades. Really, son? The father says, you should study too. Stop complaining and focusing on Paul. You should study. Dad, you're blaming the victim here. Have I brought that down low enough to smack everyone in the face? But Jason, there are anti-white Jews and anti-white white people and anti-white black people and anti-white Asian people and anti-white everybody people. So what you say, though, when you say is, but when I say we have to take the hard pill. We have to take ownership and responsibility. We have to become a people and say no more anti-whiteism. We need a group of white people that are so focused on us in love that when McCarthy says something like this, his world is ended. His backers flee, businesses fire him that have him on their board. That's what we need. Then we win. When you hear me say this and you say, Jason, but what you're saying is, I want to continue losing, and here's my excuse. I'm going to continue doing nothing, and here's my excuse to do nothing. You're fired. I'm going to start pulling out the old Donald Trump. You're fired. Think about it in terms of the military. Think about it in terms of business. You go into your boss. But the other side has made our product look bad because they compared our product with their product and it made our product look bad. And that's why we can't get sales. Okay, so you're telling me you're going to keep losing? And that's your answer to why our sales are down? You're fired. How is that ever an acceptable response to the white race? What? You're going to fire me? You're blaming the victim. They demonized our product. McCarthy first made the ridiculous point that America's interventionist mindset must be successful because most of the audience speaks English as their first language. Idiot. But it's a moment later on his speech that is currently going viral. So it's not just Republicans. Both parties in the United States, parties everywhere, they are anti-white. The politicians are anti-white. And then are they going to serve the moneyed interests nationally and internationally? Of course, especially when those interests are going to victimize white people and Western kind. Of course. That's what's buttering their bread. And there is no white community around them that's going to undermine them. Did we just hear the former Republican Speaker of the House call out his party for being too white? So even the anti-white author of this hardcore anti-white, can tell what McCarthy is saying. Jason tells you this is what anti-whiteism means. Maybe you're not going to believe Jason. Maybe you got to get it from the anti-white's mouth. You know, normally you say got to get it from the horse's mouth. But in the case of an anti-white, it's the horse's ass. Does that trumpet sound like what I'm saying? When that anti-white's blowing on it?
First of all, Madam President, I may owe you an apology. I had a little extra time on my hands, so I agreed to do this debate. I thought I would have the last 3 weeks to prepare, but it took a little more of my time. And I'm at a disadvantage. I listened to our worthy opponents.
All right.
They come from one of the...
Let's just get to the part, I think it's right here. Get to the part where he says the thing about his party. The Republican Party. Republican candidates that you vote for. The only one worth a vote is Trump.
And when you look at the Democrats, they actually look like America. When I look at the Democrats, they actually look like America. When I look at my party, we look like the most restrictive country club in America.
And then listen to the audience, anti-white there at Oxford. Ah, yeah. By the way, this motherfucker is members of the most, he's a member of the most exclusive country clubs. You know, when you have leathern wings and you're straight from hell, an anti-white straight from hell, the hypocrisy doesn't bother you at all. It doesn't bother you that other people know. It's just pure anti-whiteism from start to finish. Of course he can condemn you for being the superficial hypocrisy, remember. Of course he can condemn you for being white and a party that represents, or at least it doesn't functionally or literally represent the white race. But in appearance, the people are white, and so therefore that's problematic. Of course he can condemn you for that. And the idea of a country club that, I'm sorry, who built them? Who built the country clubs? Who created the membership at country clubs? Oh, it was the white race. Oh, they kept us out. Then they let us in. Jerks. No, you mean thank you, motherfucker? You mean thank you. That's how that's supposed to sound. Thank you for building the country club for your people and then allowing us to come in. Thank you. Oh, you mean you're going to let women in now? Thank you. Not endless browbeating that white males built country clubs so that we could get together, rub elbows, do business, make friendships. And then we're kind enough to let others in and then be demonized and browbeaten for having ever built them and not just immediately giving them over. Fuck you. Of course, he's got no problem. He goes to these country clubs. He rubs elbows with other anti-whites. These country clubs, they're not full of white people who care about white people. They're full of white people who are selfish individualists. They're out there to just get more sex, get more money, get more power, get more prestige, to flaunt, to puff their chest out. That's what they're there for. They don't care about white people, none of them. And the vast majority are anti-white. They're rubbing elbows. How are we going to do anti-white? How are we going to do more anti-white in the world? How are we going to be more anti-white? All their deal. He comes from them. But is it the people at the country club that he's condemning with the country club? It's people like me who don't have the money for the country club. It's people like me who can't get on the inside. Not part of those localized socialist networks that we talked about with Tucker a little while ago. No, it's the people like me who can't get in. It's all the white guys like me getting pissed off on the outside with our torches and our pitchforks. It's those white people that he's slandering, his voters. Every one of these people to hell. Them all to hell. They're garbage. As I said with Jason Goes Political, which if there's energy for it to bring it back, I'll bring it back. The number of people that are smart enough to follow and listen and do the right thing is astonishingly small. So I don't know. But the thing that we can do that serves real meaning for our people is what I articulated moments ago. You're not going to get better Republicans. You're not going to get better whatever your conservative parties are. And there are Western countries without any conservative parties now. And that's going to get worse and worse. The Republican Party, all they're talking about is blacks and Hispanics. 40 years they've been talking about that. Since Reagan, they've been talking about that. More blacks and Hispanics. That'll be the Republican Party then. You think it's going to be any less anti-white? As I said on Jason Goes Political, the only thing we can do is fight with those tools to become the resistance against our victimization. You don't take over the Republican Party. Remember how right Jason was about that? Telling everybody you can't do that. It can't be done. And then everybody said, well, this guy over here and that guy over there has a bigger audience, and they say it can. And then they were thrown out of the Republican Party. Remember that? Remember that, folks? Again and again, I'm proven right. You want to be right, or you want to be with the folks who are wrong? You want to be right, or you want to be with the folks who keep injuring our people and who are the bane of the resistance against our victimization? That's the question. Let's see what else this vile POS had to say. McCarthy made his first ridiculous point. Okay, so he said right here, they know, this anti-white knows that he's saying, did we just hear the former speaker, Republican speaker, say that his party is too white? Yes, you just heard that. The horse's ass informed you as well. He's right, though. You only have to take a look around the halls of Congress to see that conservatives have a diverse. Maybe what I should have done is what I did for so many years, biding my time in the white sympathetic sphere. And I was right. Events proved me right again and again. Reason and logic, when I had the arguments and the debates and the conversations, proved me right. And I just went along to get along, and it kept being their things. It kept being their positions, their arguments, their vehicles, their slogans, their regurgitated again and again and again. And I talked to the old timers like I was at dinner with the other day, a working dinner, and it was that way going back to their childhoods. And maybe I just should have done that with my fucking life. Go along to get along, so we could have a bunch more people who are absolute tards and can do nothing but ruin resistance. Maybe that's what I should have done, so that everybody could have felt good about them fucking selves. You only have to take a look around the halls of Congress to see that conservatives have a diversity problem. The author just told you that meant too many white people. So what he's saying, the diversity problem means that they have a problem of having too many white people. The anti-white just told you. He just told you. There's no reason to go to Uncle Tim and say, well, he said we have a diversity problem. He just told you it's a white problem. You got too many white people. Even though their sole LGBTQ plus representative, George Santos, just got canned. Reports queerly. All right. So, yeah, how dare you can somebody who is apparently overwhelmingly guilty? Normally, they don't get rid of somebody. I mean, they waited and for Trafficant until he was convicted. I love Trafficant. I would have Trafficant destroy everyone out there if that guy was alive back in the day. They waited until he was found guilty. Of course, it was fake. Of course, it was trumped up, because, of course, this is what the anti-whites are going to do with their nodes of power. And Trafficant was no pro-white guy. He was like a Trump guy. He was just getting in the way. getting in the way of the anti-whites, not going to be allowed, my friend. And if you're not going to say it with the tools that empower our people, then those folks who get in the way will just continue to get sniped and taken down. There is no this idea in the white race that some golden lion will come to the fore and will just swat away all the jackals is horse shit. Pull your heads out of the horse's ass, because that idea is horse shit. You're just going to see white hero taken down one right after the other, as has been done again and again and again. And what you're left with are the jackals, the dirty jackals, and the African dogs, painted dogs, and they're just feasting on the corpse of that thing. It won't matter how many it took out with it. And then the pride is exposed to the painted dogs and the jackals. Well done. You need to take the tools that are going to liberate millions of heroes in our people, which is what I've been trying to do, which is what we've been doing. I am the exact opposite. I have decades of evidence of being the exact opposite of somebody who's trying to have it all and all that. I'm the exact opposite. I'm making heroes. I'm making champions. So they get rid of this guy, overwhelming evidence, and they're like, how dare they get rid of the guy with this overwhelming evidence? Apparently, even conservative content creators are saying the same thing. He had a good voting record. Why would they get rid of him? Bro, if he is corrupt as all hell, I mean, you want to just get rid of the rest of the, let's just white erase any of the rest of the standards. He's not going to vote for anything white positive. And the anti-whites, could you see this union of the openly anti-white Democrat voters and the more downplayed anti-white conservative Republican voters? They just come together on Santos. Keep him in. Don't get too excited, though. McCarthy participated in the debate 3 weeks after his fellow Republicans had ousted him. He wasn't bravely speaking truth to power. He just made the slight dig when he no longer had anything to lose. So they're not even happy with his anti-whiteism there. They want to say, oh, it's because he's not honestly anti-white. Like all of these folks, all of the readers here, he's not really, in it anti-white. Of course, he actually is. But he's not really, if he were, he would be a Democrat, right? So it was just a dig. So why would they say that about him? White guy. White guy is a Republican. No, if you're white, remember, you don't only have to be anti-white as the anti-whites today. You have to be anti-white enough for anti-whites all time. You could be anti-white for enough anti-white for the anti-whites today, and 5 years from now, that's not anti-white enough, and they will crucify you. In fact, I have always given this metaphor, this analogy of the country club. 5 years ago, you were in that country club. It was too white. So it's apropos here, isn't it? We're not the only ones who cackled when we heard the video clip. People ran to the comments section on X to dunk on McCarthy and the Republican Party. We love it when Republicans write campaign commercials for the Democrat Party. It does sound easy, though. I agree with McCarthy, and now I fling myself out the window. Farewell. In other words, he's finally admitting Republican Party is all capital racist. The anti-white slur that took down Western civilization. So Kevin McCarthy is acknowledging his party looks like a white supremacy party. Note this, folks. Kevin McCarthy, note what these anti-whites are saying. Run-of-the-mill anti-whites. Please see it for what it is. Kevin McCarthy was saying that the party had too many white people. The presence of white people to an anti-white is white supremacy. The presence of white people is racist. The presence of white people is Nazism to anti-whites. The presence of white people is the victimization of non-white people to anti-whites. So when they complain, remember, we've taught you this here in Go Free because we love you, because we want to recapture our destiny, because we want to inflict maximum injury on the anti-whites. When the anti-whites, you take what I just told you, you can clip it together. When the anti-whites are complaining about white supremacy in America, in government, in schools, Nazism, racism, bigotry, when they say that white supremacy, racism, bigotry, etc. has to go, they're saying white people have to go. Be right back. Let's get to that celebration quickly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be celebrating that we've been up to over the past week. Victories galore. Let me take a look here really quickly. I got to move these. Get ready to celebrate. Get out your Rogas emojis. Get out your 07s. We celebrate our heroes who are out there in the world making a difference, because this just isn't a chat group. It's not about doing anything. It's about just doing nothing. It's about IRL activism. It's about getting out into the world, changing the lives of our brothers and sisters, bringing the truth, the love, hope, and redemption of white well-being. Big salutes to everybody in the IRL segment here. We will pull it up on the screen right now. Celebrate these champions, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, born guilty. Celebrate white well-being. Celebrate the swashing. Ladies and gentlemen, born guilty is still in the world. It is still making suppressed in so many different ways. Suppressed from without, suppressed from within. But we're still out there in the IRL, changing the world. Keep it going for the one and only Franklinator out in the world. IRL posting everywhere. Look at this. The world is wallpapered. That needs to be a song. Instead of the world is a vampire, the world is wallpapered. There it is, the great Franklin. And who else do we have wallpapering out in the world? I think next we got White Baron. And look at this. Folks, he just found this written on this pole here, preventing traffic from going up the road anywhere that it can be found. It can communicate to someone in a moment that they might be ready to receive a message. White Baron out in the world, on the other side of the world. IRL swashing live. And John Garrison swashing live out in the world. Take a look at John. Give it up for John. Oh, sevens. Oh, let's get out some swash flags for these heroes. Big swash. Justice. Right here, Jonathan Lewis. And we have anti-white, hashtag hush crime, ladies and gentlemen. Big epic salutes. We don't have a photograph from Artificer, but he is out there as well. So let's hear it. IRL leaving the message, leaving our fingerprint on the world, changing the lives of those who come across these little tokens of love and empowerment everywhere they are. That is what truly sets us apart from everything else that's happening when it comes to messaging and leafleting. Big salute, swashbuckling flags. Let's give it up for the new GFC leader, White Baron, over there in Australia. New GFC coming online. Big swash for White Baron. He can't do enough, showing tons of potential, rising, skyrocketing up through the ranks, bringing love, hope, and redemption in our once grand and wonderful country of Australia. It will be that way again. We will make sure. You got awesome folks over there. You know that already. A lot of good folks. We have over here on the Irish Times, ladies and gentlemen, words making their way out to the public that otherwise would not have made their way out to the public. Concepts that empower and that we can continue to push like there is no tomorrow. Check it out. Here's the Irish Times doing a story. And look, you come down here, and what I really love about this story is this is the establishment. They're talking about these things. They're juxtapositioning the nasty invective and vile arguments of the antag. In one popular post, the author writes, a user suggested Americans should, quote, run guns to Ireland, which, of course, is totally illegal. Don't even be in the room with somebody talking about such a thing. Leave immediately. That is a serious crime. And while others said attempts by the Garda to suppress the riots, the riot efforts were efforts at white erasure. You know you heard that, ladies and gentlemen. You know you heard it. Let that be the vocabulary. Let that be the spell, the white magic spell in the mouths of our brothers and sisters in our once great Ireland and all across the West. And the world will change with the magic we wield. God bless the work we're doing here. That is why these words are short. You see what I'm talking about? People you never heard of, people you will never know will receive this, and their lives will be improved because of it. There's a special sort of blessing for the kind of folks that do this kind of work. God bless everybody. God bless JK 160. Get out your raucous emojis. Get out your celebrations. Swash flags. Swash flags. We had more swash come in. Great Franklin sharing more swashbuckling successes that we had come in. We weren't even able to get to. We're going to have to wait till next week. We had so much. JK 160 working on the X account, swashing on the X account Into Wokeness day after day after day with a handful of our concepts, specifically over and over, anti-white narrative, but feeding it in an intelligent way, and by God, in wokeness, massive follower, using anti-white narrative, the spell of magic that breaks the chains that hold anti-white. God bless that epic swash. And folks, I'm going to tell you what, there's a guy in the live chat. We're going to celebrate with some big time swash. Big time. Get out your 007s, quadruple 07s. Huge swash, ladies and gentlemen. First last, swashbuckler extraordinaire. He got on a phone call, called a show that had shit tons of regular conservative Republican voters, and they were all discussing. There were three guys. He got in there. He talked about anti-whiteism. He talked about anti-whites, and then he was out of the call, and one of the hosts said, hey, you know what? That caller really has a point. If there is, the way his worldview, and this is how it changes for people, and his worldview, it's racism. And so he says, if there's any racism in America, it's against white people. And the two other white hosts said, well, yeah, that's true. There is any racism, it is against white people. And then that same host said, and I've never heard anti-whiteism before. Well, he has now, thanks to first last swashbuckling. He swung in, ladies and gentlemen. He swung in on a rope while riding a stallion and swashed, and he had the swashbuckling flag. It was so debonair of him. He had a rose between his teeth, and then he flung it from his mouth to the prettiest girl in the room, and she fainted when she caught it. And he swashbuckled on them. And now the liberation grows. The reclamation grows, the redemption grows, and the spirit of the West smiles a big pearly white smile down upon the swashbuckling army of champions, ladies and gentlemen. And that's not even it for this big swashbuckling. One more we have. It's the great, ladies and gentlemen. It's the one and only. I've just got to get by this. Another commercial, because YouTube can't hit me up enough for commercials. But we see right here the one and only Franklinator. Folks, really celebrate Franklinator. Throw balls of fire. Make sheets. Make down comforters out of the swashbuckling flag for the Franklinator. In there again. And swashbuckling over on a show that he shows up with. He does so much good. And this time, though, a guest host over there on Isabel Brown, reaching so many people, Chrissy Clark of the Daily Caller, and Franklin chimes in. Let's listen to what the great Franklin has written.
Comment coming in from Franklin, who said, what about the anti-whiteism that has been going on in these colleges for decades? Yeah, I think that's kind of been something that Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens,
Can you hear it okay? What about the anti-whiteism? Let me know if you can hear it okay.
On his show, that has been going on in these colleges.
What about the anti-whiteism that has been going on in these colleges? Look at tons of viewers.
Decades. Yeah, I think that's kind of been something that Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, when Candace Owens was on his show, they were talking about this a lot. About, I don't necessarily think they phrased it the right way, but essentially their argument was like, hello, Jews, we've been trying to tell you this for a long time. Why were you not doing anything about this in the past? But now that it's your people that they're coming for, now.
There you have, ladies and gentlemen, view that so closely. The argument that she is making. This is one of these arguments that have inertia and come from the past and it comes from a position of powerlessness. Why aren't you Jews out there stopping the anti-whiteism? Now you care when it's anti-Jewish sentiment. She was just empowered with anti-whiteism. Now her world is going to change, and the world of everybody that she talks to, and it's because of a single champion, the great, the one and only Franklinator. God, you got to love this guy. A real champion in service to white well-being. Quadruple 07s. Make sure you share the flags. Hey, and just a couple I've seen on Twitter. We're going to get more. I'm running out of time today. Just a couple I've seen. I already mentioned earlier, Grace kicking the living shit out of that absolute antag turd that wanted to show up and say, Jason's awful because he's off, because he ever says anything wrong. He ever points out when women do something wrong, and that makes him awful, and then say that it's all these women that get him kicked off of Twitter. Epic job. You have the blue flame absolutely in the fuego, and we have positive clarity. You have Franklin. You have ForNull. You have Biospirit of the West. You've got so many others. I wish I had time to get more names down. I've got a life to live, folks. I'm out in the world as well as swashbuckling and doing everything for our people. Make sure that as we take 10 seconds, that you really get loud, that you really get raucous for these heroes, swashbucklers. Oh my gosh. It is awesome. It is so awesome. The victories keep coming in. The old timers, these are old timers that know of my plans and my work going back so many years, so many years, and watching my evolution, watching my education, watching my efforts scientifically to ascertain what works, coming up with intelligent hypotheses, applying the scientific method, investigating, and then coming to conclusions. Always at odds with people. They always thought that I would capitulate because the masses disagree with me. And they told me, they were like, the masses are going to be against. They're not going to, except in later years. In the beginning, nobody knew. But once the opposition they were witnessing it, once they were witnessing the people saying, no, we're not going to allow these revolutionary ideas into the sphere. We're not going to allow them to have air. We're going to keep doing things the way it's always been done. They're going to protect their little fiefdoms of clients and pay cucks and etc. Once they saw that, they were like, look, you're going to have a hard life. And my response to that was that this will save our people. I am 100% certain of it. I know down to the marrow of my bone. So there isn't any amount of disagreement. There isn't any amount of invective hurled at me. There isn't any amount of slander hurled at me that's going to make me stop. This has saved lives. It's changed lives for the better over and over. When you have a formula that works, that's what makes me so energized. That's what makes me so vibrant. That's what makes me live and gleam with white positivity, is that this is something that I see work again and again and again and again. So nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop. It's a medicine that cures the ill. Why would I stop administering it? Period. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much I have to go through. We're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep saving lives. And what works on the micro, ipso facto on the macro. Because why? Institutions, governments, businesses, clubs of Rome, BlackRock, etc., nodes of power in every imaginable construction are occupied by human beings. And human beings are a product of their understanding and perception of the world. And when you can short circuit and undermine, circumvent that psychological warfare called anti-whiteism, you can change the world, because the thoughts dictate the deeds of the body. And the deeds of the body change the landscape. no one will look back and say that, oh, he was too far ahead of his time, and that's why the white race died. We're not stopping. What else do we have here? We'll take a look at Born Guilty. But before we do that, we're going to take a look at the financial gifts. We also have some mail. The mailbag has some mail in it. And we're going to then proceed. Your comments and your questions, leave them up, leave them out, and we'll see who has something to share. Of course, Entropy has failed again. Very irritating. Entropy, fix this shit. I'm tired every time of having to go to the backside to see if anybody has financially gifted. All right. Rock it out, ladies and gentlemen. Big raucous. Keep the 007s going. Quadruple 07s. You heard the DBs earlier in the stream from last Tuesday. Feel them again, ladies and gentlemen. Dude Bro Moment is in the house. Financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars. Not having any of it. He's putting an end to anti-whiteism, and we love him for it. Dude Bro Moment for white well-being is what he writes. God bless you, man. We really cherish and appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Let's see. We also have a financial gift on Entropy. $5. Thank you so much from Irish Christ. Says, until Western kind faces anti-whiteism head on, they have no chance of stopping the catastrophic white erasure of the West or putting an end to the anti-white narrative that psychologically and spiritually imprisons them. Fear no anti-white evil, Kip. Very well written there by Irish Christ. Thank you. And so much the truth. So much the truth. We have to face anti-whiteism. We have to name anti-whiteism. We have to contest anti-whiteism and the anti-whites who articulate, who puke this in our lives. You can do it kind. That's one of the things I said before. We need a way that, from the very beginning, we need a way that we can throttle up and be vociferous when we have to, and a way that we can throttle back and say with love when we have to. And that is exactly what we can do with the Go Free method. And we have here today also Wilson Bear. God bless Wilson Bear, $5 financial gift. And Wilson Bear is saying with it, for white well-being. But then Wilson Bear was not done for white well-being. And he came back with another $5 for white well-being. And he writes this time a total of 10 white well-being dollars. He says, how do we instill a sense of Western identity in our kids? Reading the classics, talking about it explicitly. Do you have a preferred book list? Probably will put a book list together, but I would direct you to the great Brant Danger School, Dean Danger School of the West, who's doing this wonderful work and who we want to just go to the moon with success. And the first thing, though, you got to do, Wilson Bear, the number one thing, the all-important thing is that you have to begin early and continue throughout life, inoculating your children as you're inoculating and treating yourself for meme pathogens, inoculating them against meme pathogens, and then treating them for their meme pathogens when they get infected, and they will get infected. I can't tell you how many times that I've gone to houses and I have been around people who homeschool, people who are Christian, people who are atheists too. Only a couple of those. People who are Christian and people who practice other religions, and they homeschool, they keep their kids away, and their kids are brainwashed. Even in our classics, there is anti-whiteism. You will know, and that's what you want to bring our children to our very best. Yes. But you will know that you are part of the solution if your little boy or little girl, son or daughter of the West, is reading one of our classics and identifies anti-whiteism in the classic. For example, one group of white people condemning another group of white people as inferior. if they come to you and say, isn't this anti-whiteism? Then you know that you can go ahead and set that crown lightly upon your head. You can go buy your cape as a parent at that point. That is the white race that we need to engender. Those are the white people that we need to create. If you expose your children to the classics and you don't inoculate them, you will have the same kind of expectation for result that the content creators, even the brightest, less than 50% of their, or more than 50% of their children, the biggest ones, become anti-white. So if the most known and the most adept and the most well-read and their children still go bad, they still go, and I'm not talking about little anti-white, then all of these other kids, I've told you the story about the one old timer who built that cool bomb shelter and saved money and bullets and guns and toilet paper and MREs and everything for the future. And when everything breaks down because of anti-whiteism, did not address the anti-whiteism in his own heart and in the lives of his daughter, son, and wife. They all left him. They all left him. He died with nothing. They all became anti-white and left. So what kind of future do you, why is Jason telling you this? I'm not going to be at your house, right? For you to say, like, when it works out the way I just said, you're going to say, oh, applause for Jason. He's standing right here. He did it. I mean, am I getting the applause? I won't be there. I could be long dead. And that's the result I want you to have with your kids. Can I be any more selfless about that? So please, that's a great question. Please, folks, please do not think that you are going to be able to say these other approaches, these other ideas, these disagreement with the anti-white narrative, with the anti-whites, and get children that are ipso facto white positive or white sympathetic. Do you want to know a great place to look? How many conservative families out there reared their children saying, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Them goddamn bleeding hearts. And how many of their kids became anti-white? Obviously, shit tons. Shit tons of them. Who do you think was receiving all across Europe, was receiving the cultural classics from our people? Well, they're descendants. How is there such a thing as an anti-white Greek when you have Greek history? How is there such a thing as an anti-white Brit when you have white history? How is there such a thing as look at the beautiful little costumes of the little Swedish girls and the little Norwegian girls. Look at their beautiful little costumes and their folk dances and their folk feuds and their folk foods and their folk drinks and the folk concoctions and the folk traditions. And what? They're all shit tons are anti-white. So teaching about the classics, teaching about our history and our folks' traditions doesn't inoculate against anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism is psychological warfare. It's been designed to defeat all that. It's defeated it. You have to inoculate. Fuck's sake. Not you, Wilson Bear. I'm saying generally. I mean, how are there? I've had these arguments at these big moots, these big get-togethers where there are a couple different religions that aren't Christianity. Sometimes there are even Christians there. Sometimes there are even atheists there. But they agree on this. Well, if we just teach them about the maypole and if we just teach them how to jump over the fire, I love all that stuff. I want to see the little girls in their beautiful little costumes and the little boys in their handsome little. I want to see it. I love it all. And I want it to stay. That's why I say this. And I say to these people, hey, if that would have worked, wouldn't it have worked in that country? I mean, they actually were passing it from father to son, mother to daughter, right? Why didn't it work there? But you think you're going to make this inorganic attempt in your household. It wasn't passed to you by your mother and father, but now you're going to buy the fairy tales from this, and you're going to buy this, and I want you to do it. But you think that's what you're going to do, and that's going to change things, when the people who were really celebrating those things from milk, tit to child, it didn't work for? Come on. Come on. Thank you, Wilson Bear. Brilliant question. Wasn't that a brilliant question? Bing for that. Awesome work. Let me check over here on Odyssey. How are we doing? We have Jason is a real hero for white people. Thank you so much for that. I will refer to you as Gentiles, my friend. Gentiles. That screen name is not good for some of these platforms. Let's see. What else we have? Did anybody financially gift? Maybe I'll come back to comments. No. Okay. Maybe I'll come back and check out your comments just in case, because I'm sure there's some good things to say over there. Somebody saying Land of the Fake saying, very good point. Our extinction is our responsibility to stop, not the responsibility of the Jews. God bless you. God bless you. All right, let's check over here on D-Live really quickly. Hello to the folks on D-Live. Fledgling saying hello. No financial gifts, but a big hello to anybody who's over there. Please share. Please share that we're together. I'm taking your comments and questions. It could be a great heuristic question that, like Wilson asked, brilliant. It could be a disagreement. I'll speak to that. Just be respectful, and there's no issue. People show up. This is my house. You can come to my house and disagree with me. We've had that happen. You be in my literal physical space and disagree with me if you do it respectfully. I treat here like my literal physical space. If you showed up in my house and you're like, you yuckin' Jew, and you're paid by and you're fed and all this, I'm going to first swiftly beat the shit out of you, and then I'm going to leave you a bloody mess outside. If that's also happened. So I was just going to say, compare it to the female that I stopped on the side of the road and threw her ass out for being anti-white. If I'll throw a female in a safe area, but she was going to have to walk, if I would throw her out of my car for being anti-white, you better believe I'd whoop your male ass, your castrated male ass, and throw you out of the house. So same thing will happen here if you're going to be disrespectful. Bada bing! Let's head on over to here. I get that from our guys, up in the Northeast. Bada bing, bada boom. Over here on Cash App, we have the great Yiz, the unifier. Talk about a feather-winged being that has arrived for the white race, Western kind, Westmen the world around. Maligned because she doesn't fit some sort of stereotype of Waffen SS or what have you. Meanwhile, those people do nothing, and this woman has changed the lives of how many now? How many will she end up touching? Tens of millions, hundreds of millions as a consequence of her efforts? I think I know for sure who's going to be riding with me. This is the team White Wellbeing, team WWB train. And it's belching the white smoke, baby. And I know who's on board. The great Yiz the Unifier, $5 financial gift. Weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing Kip. Kip indeed, sister. We have the great Seamus over here on Cash App, $10 financial gift. Thank you so much. Champion everywhere. He's battling. He's one of the people I absolutely can mention on Twitter, just day in, day out, rocking it for White Wellbeing. He's on the train for Team WWB. He's going all the way. We're going all the way to Nirvana, my friends. We're going all the way to Promethea. $10 financial gift for the well-being of all of our people. Amen to that, good brother. We have I Love Jesus Christ. Thank you, dear sister. Whoa, big salutes, $30. 30 I Love Jesus Christ dollars. And she says, for white well-being. That gets the over the $20 mark, financially gifting $30. Big salutes. 07s. Give the lady some gems. Give the lady some gems. Some gems for her fingers. And we have, whoa, somebody I haven't seen in a while comes storming back in. A storm of white well-being blowing in from perfumed lands, ladies and gentlemen. Quebec, 50 white well-being dollars. Make sure he gets a crown. The gentleman gets a crown, ladies and gentlemen. $50. Thanks for what you do with 50 white well-being dollars. Thank you, great Quebec, for being dedicated to white well-being and helping to change the world. Old Rack is here. Old Rack is in the house. $20. Rockers emojis. $20 mark for celebration. 007s. 007s. And look, the tree is up. The stockings are up. It's getting more and more festive in here. You can see the stag. The white stag is sitting here in this chair, but you also have one over there on the computer you can potentially see. We love it, folks. We have Old Rack, $20 financial gift, crown for his head. Thank you so much, Old Rack. I love it. And, a powerhouse of white well-being, that you know, a name you know so well. You sometimes wake up in the middle of your sleep just saying, slots. $10 financial gift. And he says, thanks, brother. Well, God bless you, Slots. Thank you. Real champion. All right. Let me have a quick look at Subscribe Star, and then we'll proceed with your questions, and we'll proceed with the mailbag. Okay, looks like we didn't miss anybody there. Very good, very good. And we will leave that up and running so I can keep an eye on it here. I'll open the other screen too, just in case anybody writes into the chat over there on Entropy. I don't want to miss it. You can write into the chat. That's the Tall Kevin widget now over there on Entropy. It too now is open, so we should be able to see it all. Okay. Very good. All right. Mailbag. Why don't we hit the mailbag? We'll keep rolling. We have first out of the mailbag, let's see here, a pretty red, attractive red card, a red envelope in the mailbag. Let's see. Oh, what a lovely Christmas card we have here. And it's okay. It's not going to mess up the software. Beautiful Christmas card we have here. Merry Christmas, it says. Wonderful little message here, ladies and gentlemen, from Emily, thanking me for all that I do. God bless you, Emily. Lovely little Christmas card. I appreciate that very much. And I think I will display the Christmas card. I will put it up there. Oh, it's hard to see against that background. I guess it's going to be, though, isn't it? Maybe even if I put it down here. Nope, maybe if I put it down here, it will be a little easier to see. But there you can see it now. And we have you remember when Jared George gave me that? Peeking out from behind. Big thank you for that, Emily. God bless you. And we have one more piece of mail today in the mailbag. And what do we have here in the mailbag? It says, for whites, well-being. Hyperborean Dream, $20 financial gift. Let's celebrate him, ladies and gentlemen. Break out the Raucous emojis. Hyperborean Dream, $20 for white well-being. And I really appreciate, because we are putting the money into the advertising. We are putting the money so that ordinary brothers and sisters out there will see. And they need multiple exposures. So $20, Hyperborean Dream. God bless you. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. They need to see multiple times, especially since I had to pick up a container of oil that might be used on firearms that I had out and had tipped, but its lid was on, so there's no issue. No worries there. I'm very careful. So we need to reach people multiple times, but I'll tell you, people see the things I post, and I get messages. I get people who are they're brand new, never seen it before, and they're like, wow, this is really true. They don't see the kinds of concepts that we share and are horrified, normal vagues. They don't write back and they're like, oh my God, you should never think about race. We're just doing this for free speech or whatever. I don't get that. I get normal white people saying, yeah, that's really true. So you know then that they're going to end up using these things in their world, maybe with their babies, maybe around their senior citizens, maybe in their jobs. And it's going to change things. It's going to touch people that you'll never know. And that's something that's truly magical to do. That is something that shows favor to those who do engage in such things. You'd never want to give people things that are going to harm them. I mean, that's just going to redound negatively. You won't feel good about yourself, and you will be drained of your life juices, and you'll end up looking like these anti-whites. So don't do it. Don't do it. I am juvenescent. That is how filled with the spirit of the West I am. How many out there can say they're juvenescent? Very few. We can only do so much against the hands of time, but I'll tell you what. Some of us can moonwalk a little bit, while others are sprinting along. They're pushing the hands of time. If you get an opportunity to slow them down or do a little moonwalking, then make sure that you're able to do that. And you will do that with the Go Free method. We'll take a look at these regular announcements. We just got a couple of them that are important, coming shows and things like this. And then we're going to get into some Born Guilty, shall we? And we are going to answer, as I say, anybody tagging me as No White Guilt in the live chats across the different platforms. I will speak to or with. And then if there is a call, you can let me know. I actually kind of contemplated starting a space on Twitter here at the end and seeing if a couple people wanted to talk. Can't let it run away, but I'm thinking about it, even as we're here right now. But announcements. So listen up. Let's start with Tuesday. This coming Tuesday, I normally roll in on Tuesdays at around 8:15, 8:30, sometimes a little earlier, East Coast time. This Tuesday will not be the case. This Wednesday, I'm going to try to roll in on Wednesday instead. So please remember that I'm not going to be here Tuesday, and to show up on Wednesday, and I should be here then, as long as all of the other things work out. I should be here then on Wednesday. We'll have a wonderful roll in on Wednesday evening around the same time, 8:30 Eastern time. So look for me then. There will be people who ask, where's Jason? Why isn't he streaming? It's Tuesday. Help them to know what I'm doing. Step up and just take the burden upon yourself to say, oh, hey, he said Wednesday. Come back Wednesday. We're going to see how Wednesdays do. We'll try it out. And because 2 Gym Tuesdays are tough. 2 Gym Tuesdays, that is a tough day at the end of the day to then sweep in here. For our people, I do it. For our people, I do it. And yet, I would rather have more energy there at the end of the day for our roll in. So that's Tuesday for you. Thursday, the 14th, I will be appearing on Loving Life TV with the great Scott Bolson. Make sure you're over there. Loving Life TV. Is it lovinglifetv.com? Make sure you're over there. It's also on YouTube. I'll share the link. It's Thursday, the 14th. I'll be over there with Scott, and we're going to be talking about, he's going to be educating me about South Africa. It's going to be a very interesting conversation, mainly South Africa and a little bit beyond South Africa. But he's going to be sharing with me a lot of the data there, what kind of state our people are in there. And I'll be giving my 2 cents on these things. So it's going to be an edifying experience, and I'm really looking forward to it. I hope you will show up on Thursday the 14th. Scott Bolson Show, Loving Life TV. And it might be Loving Life on YouTube as well. What else do we have here? Oh, just 2 more things. I wanted to thank everybody. I came out this past Tuesday, and at the beginning of the roll-in, I shared with you all that we had another episode of people on the inside who want to cleave, who want to take over leadership roles, who want attention for themselves, the sort of things that a person can say or engage in that are subversive to the group that they're in. And this is a common thing I've pointed out. In fact, I mentioned that I might just go ahead and put like a timer on the phone for it to go off for the next possible time. It's just what groups in the white sympathetic sphere go through. And we're not immune. We're going to have the same experiences. And I told people, I reached out to tons of people to ask what their experience was and had they been approached. And I received a torrent of messages of people telling me that they had been approached, that they shared with me who it was, and they shared with me the kind of things they were saying, and they shared with me how the kinds of things that they were sharing evolved and just became more and more acerbic and undermining of me personally and the work that we're doing. That a ton of it was concern trolling, and which is the most common form of subversion in groups is concern trolling. It's the we can do it better, or he needs to be replaced, all of this sort of concern trolling. And so I want to thank everybody who has come forward, and the people who are or were unhappy with Go Free, were unhappy with me personally. They have left, and they are, some of them might do their own thing. They might make their own groups, and they talked about that. And so I would like to say to them, I would like to put a challenge to them to go out and create the group that you think I and we should have been. Go create it. Live by your creed. There is nothing white and honorable by sticking around our extremely powerful and focused and yet small community and just slandering us. There's nothing white in that. So just do the white thing. Go prove me wrong. Go prove us wrong. Go out into the world, build that thing that you thought I and we should be. And then once you take over the world, then we'll see that Jason was wrong. I don't think that's going to happen, but best of luck to you all. Bye-bye now. I also want to point out that and this comes to mind in relation to some of these people. And that's why I want to warn folks. And I think it's another thing that I have to maybe regularly mention. When you have a community of people who the ideology, the argument, even if not real for the total or not real for the people articulating it, is real enough in the body of the participants that focuses a concern on each other, you will have con artists that will show up. I'm afraid it's a human frailty. It's a weakness. I've talked about the con artists generally, and more often, though, I talk about them as the doom grifters that come in when there's money to be made, like there was when Trump was running for the first time for president, and you had these doom grifters. They came in, they suddenly had books, they wrote books, they were nobody in the white sympathetic sphere, but all of a sudden they were present to make money, t-shirts, etc., donations, and they made themselves a lot of money. They're not the only con artists. Con artists will show up in communities like ours, and they will give sob stories and ask for money. They will give sob stories and ask for information. Like maybe you are skilled, nurse, doctor, lawyer, different types of things. And they will hit you up for free information. And their reason for being in the community, their reason for saying that they concur with the community's sentiment is to get at these things instead of a genuine support for the ideas. So there have been people who have come into this community and they have hit up a bunch of members of the community for money. And only now finding out how many people got hit up for money. And now, since there's no more money to be made, time to walk. So it's hit up for money for any number of things, hitting up money to, and also ideas to do things like businesses or something for the group that never materializes. I'm thinking of one right now in a group I was in here in Virginia a long time ago. And there was a guy came in, always questionable, never really saw him, but he was, my God. And I just thought of two more. I just thought of another one. Hoy, oh my God. There was no bigger con artist than that motherfucker. No bigger. I got to tell y'all, Bob Hoy, huge con artist. They come into the community and it's to enrich themselves. It's to, and that's it. I mean, they don't even, it's even more superficial than somebody who wants to espouse an ideology that is white sympathetic and just be the center of it to get aggrandizement and maybe financial reward or sex. Con artists come in and they are just there for the con. So these folks come in, and I don't know about some of them. Maybe I shouldn't have even named Bob. I know for sure, but maybe I shouldn't have given his name. He's passed on now, but big time con. But this one, back to the first group I mentioned, this guy was like always, just maybe give you his opinion. He was always like 5 o'clock shadow. He was always like fidgety. He was always like, got an idea. And this is really going to work good for what we were doing with this particular group. And sometimes, though, he would forget to even mention that it was going to really work good for what we were doing. And obviously, that's when I would be like, hold on. And so could tell. Anyhow, he talked one of the folks who had money to put to these things into giving him money for this project. And then he disappeared. And then showed back up a long time later. I don't even think the group existed anymore. Showed back up, and apparently he had fallen down and become a raging alcoholic, and it was another sob story. So watch out. Watch out. I'll tell you about Bob just because Bob pisses me off so much, and I already gave his name. One thing that he did, I was almost homeless, struggling to keep my head above water. And this guy, con artist extraordinaire, hitting up everybody in the white sympathetic sphere that he could come across. He was on TV many years back and gave a great one-time performance. And he lived that as his con for the rest of his life. And traveling to Russia and bedding down all these Russian women. Foul. And I'm struggling. And he calls me up out of the blue. And he still had, because he was this big con and he was around all these different groups, he had connections. So he calls me up and he's like, "You're not going to believe it." And I was kind of wary at him at this point, but not, already like 100%. This guy is just con artist. And he said, "Oh, you're not going to believe it. I got this epic opportunity. There are Russian financiers that are interested in financing what we call white sympathetic group here in the United States. And they want bright, young, and you are everything that they could possibly imagine." And so I was like, worth investigating. Wary, because I already understood that Russia, the government, is not going to want America to get healthy. But maybe there are Russian individuals who would like to see white people in America get healthy. And so anyhow, he said, "Meet me at this restaurant and we'll discuss it. I'm very excited. And you are the guy. This is going to happen." They'll pay for a trip to Russia. And he's naming like these beautiful places that we're going to stay. And I'm like, wow, okay. So I drive up. This is at a time that I may or may not have had to siphon gas from expensive cars to get around. May or may not have had to do that around this time. Not saying I did at that time, but so I show up, meet him in there. He's already in there. He's seated. He's all like glad handing me when I showed up. And he's all like anything that he knew about me, he was completely in favor of. My white positivity, he's like, "This is the white positivity. It's gonna catch. They're gonna really like this. It's gonna be something." The no white guilt thing was the big thing back then. I was really pushing the no white guilt as the real pushback against the revolutionary thing. It's like, this is really gonna do it. It's gonna be amazing. They already love it. You're the guy they want. And we sit down and we order, and I order something that I can afford, which is almost next to nothing, which I also thought maybe he's paying for. And so therefore, he invited me to this meeting. So maybe he's going to pay for me. I don't want it to be, and this is, it wasn't an inexpensive place, not super rich, but not inexpensive. And if he didn't pay for me, well, then I would have to pay for me. And so I can't pay. It's got to be very little. And he ordered the best shit. He ordered the best stuff, expensive alcohol, big dish, multiple course. I'm not shitting. I am not shitting you. Multiple course. And he ate like a fucking pig. I mean, just like chewing with his mouth open and wolfing the food down in front of me. He was fat, just nasty, and wolfing it down disgustingly, and talking with his mouth full, chewing with his mouth open, and telling me about all of this. And he dropped a few hints that I was like, I stopped and I thought, what? This is not what I'm all about. Like, he started talking about all of the Russian pretty Russian women that when they see Americans come over and the Americans have money, then you're getting a girl that's like way out of your league. And you could have 2 a night and this kind of stuff. And I was like, what? And the picture of he was disgusting looking. The picture of this foul, fat pig with beautiful Russian women was making me sick. And it's not something I wanted to do anyhow. That wasn't my objective in life. That wasn't my objective, not just in life. Let me try to convey to you that wasn't what I wanted to do for white well-being. I'm not in white well-being to get females. I'm not in white well-being to get money. I'm not in to make myself rich. I'm not in white well-being for these things. So when he starts talking about the women in Russia, I was seriously, firstly affronted and disgusted by conflating women with my pure work, what I really want for white well-being. And then there was wait a second, just aside from all this, I'm not trying to have like orgies and getting all kinds of STDs and get murdered in Russia or whatever. Not interested. Not the lifestyle I was looking for. So anyhow, he woofs the whole thing down. And so I'm questioning that. Then he could tell I was a little hesitant there, but he pushed on. Then he starts talking about us meeting up with, and he's naming these Russian people. I have no idea who they are. And maybe nobody did. Maybe they were made up. But he slipped up at one point, kind of slipped up, but he kind of covered it up too, which was he said something that made it sound like they were looking for money from us. And I said, well, hold on, Bob. They're going to pay us. They're looking to invest in us, right? Not for us to get, or for them to get money from us. And then he like backtracked really. He's like, oh yeah. Just misspoke. And it's all about, them financing us. And I was like, okay. And really wary. Like, I'm not going to have anything more, to do with him until I get some more info. And then then the waiter comes and says 2 checks. And Bob says, no, just 1. And then nods at me. And me. Con artist extraordinaire. Ate like a fat pig. I have given people out of the goodness of my heart that come in to my circles money to help them with their sob stories. My own money. To help them with their sob stories. And they stab me in the fucking back. That's the kind of folks you got to watch out for. There can be good people. They're showing up. They have genuine and honest things going on, but never take it for granted, because our kind of community is susceptible to con artists coming in saying, "Oh, I fully agree. Now I just need," etc. So keep your eyes open at all times. It's just a reality of our world. It's just a reality that we have to deal with. And we have to occasionally tell people again, because there will be con artists that will show up in our community. So if somebody shows up and they're hitting up, and it's unbelievable how many folks hit up for money. Unbelievable. So I don't know, maybe the remedy might be somebody comes and hits you up with a sob story that you ask around. Has this person hit you up has this person hit you up? Has that person hit you up? And then see, because that could out things quickly. So be on the lookout for that. Otherwise, we are going to the stars with the work that we're doing in service to white well-being. I had to pay for his dinner, Spud. Yeah, that vile piece of shit. That restaurant would have absolutely pressed charges. If I would have said, oh, I'm just paying for mine and I'm leaving. Nah, they would have absolutely. Yeah, I was this close to beating the shit out of his old ass right then and there. The great Lunder from Down Under is here. How's it going, brother? Oh, entropy, something on entropy. I'll check it out. Eric is here. Great to see you. Mechanics is here. Hello. Linda. Hello, sister. Private Life. Alex Simpson. Ivan the Horrible. Bescape is here. Misty. Hello, sister. How are you? Who else is here? The great Franklinator is with us. I know I saw the great, there he is, the great Brent Danger. Hero and champion. There's the great JK160. Changing the world. We live in Samuske. Wonderful, brother. Great to see you. Justin is here. Saying, do the white thing. Yeah, do the white thing. Just, you got a creed. You'd like to see things done a different way. Well, go do it. Go do it. That's what I wish. Best of luck to you. Go do it. Cindy Ben is here. And if you're not doing that, then that was going to be your remedy for us. You don't even believe in it. So the other motivations then. Go prove me wrong with your own group. Nat Quinn is here. Great to see you. White Advocate. Hello and welcome. And thank you to everybody for celebrating. The great First Last is here. One of our brand new swashbuckling champions. This raucous emoji. Get some crowns for his head. Bing. Celebrate. Bring the crown down on his head so that it rings like a bell across all of Oz. The great thunder from down under. Lucky Lunder. $25 financial gift. God bless you, man. Wow. In the name of me. He's here. He writes that. Awesome. In the name of me, I bless thee. Oh, well, thank you. Also, this is my first financial gift. Whoa. Well, let's get him some extra 007s, some extra raucous emojis for the thunder from down under. Lucky Lunder. That is so cool. $25 financial gift. Crowns and gems for this swashbuckler. Thank you, good brother. That's epic. His first financial gift on this glorious Sunday. There's ForNull, hero, God, man, and champion. Taking on the Antiwhites, taking on the naysayers, taking on subversives, all while he is still combing his hair, brushing his teeth, eating breakfast. He only has to give them a fraction of his brain and time. Save Western Civilization Now is here. Hello and welcome. You know what else is really interesting? Is that it's, I guess, an odd, like a weird coincidence, like it's synchronicity in some weird way, that over the course of this week, starting a little bit earlier, actually, no, about midway through last week, I have had 4 people who, back when we divorced from PWR, who totally said every nasty thing about me that you can imagine. And I'm not saying that all of these people are PWR people or were, but during that time, 4 of them have written me and apologized. And so I was a little bit like wary of it because I was like, like how are these coming in together for one thing, but then also how is it that, you know, we're having to go ahead and allow these people to go be successful elsewhere, shall we say? who had plenty of negative to say about white well-being, but for some reason they wanted to hang around. That's not a very white thing to do. But I was wary. But nonetheless, I responded and I thanked them. And maybe we'll see more of them. Maybe they'll be promoting us on Twitter again. So you'll be able to see with your own eyes. But yeah, it was people who had a lot of negative to say. And they come back and one said that he was literally used the word demons, misled by demons. One said that but one really said the J-spurging is like out of control. And these people are people who talk about anti-white Jews. And they said the J-spurgery is totally out of control. So, I mean, if you're a thinking person, how many times can you hear the same shit that does nothing, that accomplishes nothing? So it's an interesting thing to have that. You kind of have like, you go be successful elsewhere with some, and then you have some other folks that are coming back and surprising with their honor, coming back and saying, hey, I was not right about you. And so here I am, and apologize for that. Jay Bishop is with us. Hello, sister. Hyperborean Dream is here. Hello and welcome. Helios Abed is with us. Great to see you. We have Go Free, or Born Guilty, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know anything about Born Guilty, this is what you need to know. Suppressed for 5 years this month. We're still going. And this is sort of the magnum opus. It takes you on a journey. This is like nothing you will have ever read in your life. You are on your journey in life, on your journey in the world to understand what is happening to you, to us, to our civilization. And that's where we pick up here. You come out of the woods and you see the rolling hills, and you are in the Plains, Virginia. It's a beautiful place where wealthy people live. And you find me. You come to my humble abode where I lived on the property of a multimillionaire. And you spend 3 days with me, and we talk. I share information with you that is heuristic, that is on several levels didactic, and it is written in a way to help you get through it, even if you're not a regular or strong reader. There are segments to easily come to the end of and be able then to move forward. It's experimental literature in this sense, that it is a story or stories within a story or stories. Very easy to follow. The main part, the main like hub, if you will, is me speaking directly to you. And I do that in the first person. So I name you reader because I couldn't possibly know all your names. And we go on this journey together. And you dream while you're with me. You eat while you're with me. I share stories while you're with me. You read from several books while you are with me. And is supposed to be more than a book. It is supposed to be an event, a turning point in your life. It has over 200 illustrations in it, and things tie in mysterious ways. There are many connections to find. You might even find connections that through me, the spirit of the West meant, but I didn't even realize. So this is all there for you to find in the pages of this book. And I hope you will avail yourself on these 5 years suppressed this month and take up the challenge of becoming a man or woman of the West, so that our future, our babies that are yet to be, babies in the womb, babies whose parents haven't met yet, won't look like this anymore, which is how we all look when we're born. This is what you look like the moment you are birthed as a white person in the West. If this doesn't motivate you, then it's because you're not working with love. Love will look at this and stand up for these babies at the expense of self. Hatred will do no such thing. Hatred protects the self. So motivate with love, stand up for our babies so that we can put an end to this. And if you're not one of the kind of people that wants to be involved in putting an end to this in the way that you're able, with the power that you wield, your words, if you're not willing to at least do that, this is not the place for you. If you want an excuse to sit around and talk about how much you hate the world, this is not the place for you. If you want to go on an exploration of Western philosophy and old Western texts and all of this, this is not the place for you. If you want to stop this, this is the place for you. Is that clear? I want folks to know, because we get people who, because everybody else does things differently than we do, they're not clear yet on how this works. We do not engage in idle pursuits while this is happening. Love puts down the idle pursuit because it knows this is happening. I can't imagine what's motivating. I can imagine. It's hatred of other groups of human beings. The kind of white person who knows that this is happening and decides that they want to explore ancient religions as the substance of their work for our people, who wants to focus hatred on other groups of human beings, who wants to sketch out all of the evil that this or that group or claimed evil has ever done while this is happening, are people that are not motivated by love. People who are motivated by love immediately get to work with the tools that they have. And these tools work. It's kind of like if you could imagine the house is on fire and the white man has created and provided you with a fire extinguisher. You can immediately grab that fire extinguisher that works on fire. And let us assume, because I know idiots will argue analogies, let us assume that this is a fire extinguisher that puts out every type of fire. Okay? There you go for your arguing of your analogy. It extinguishes every type of fire. That fire extinguisher is available. Do you grab that extinguisher and you run up to the nursery room where the baby is and put the fire out? Or do you sit down and begin a long introspection and exploration of how the fire got started, how fire works, who's behind fire, what kind of other tools could be invented to fight fire aside from the fire extinguisher that works? If you want to do any of that shit, you're not operating in love because the baby's cooked. Literally. So if you're motivated by love, you'll grab these tools, you'll get to work. No time here. And so people who want to sit around and just talk are going to be suspect. If you want to be just an observer of my roll-ins and the gatherings and you don't want to participate and you're just going to keep your distance and observe, well, then that's one thing. But if you have shown up and you are acting like a part of the community and you want to sit around and just talk, that's going to be suspect, because we see what the idleness of conversation eventually engenders. And it's not putting out the fire to protect these babies one iota. So let's get on top of that. Actually running low on time today, so maybe I'll just talk with you all in the final minutes. No calls. Maybe we'll do in the future Maybe we will do this in the future. Tell me how you all feel about this in the thread. You can also say in the live chat now, but definitely copy it to the thread of the video. But what if we take like the last hour of the stream and do a Twitter space, bring folks in, and we can have topics that are either directly related or tangential, or even just completely different topics, and bring folks in from X and grow the audience that way as well. Maybe on Twitter, we could even give opportunity to people who really hate yours truly, to allow them to come on and spew, because hearing them is what I would like you to do. That's much better when you get to hear how inane, and you get to hear the inflection in the voice, and so much more information is conveyed about their intent. And it's much easier to call out a con or somebody who's self-serving when you can hear their actual voice, because then you're not reading into their written text an honest motivation or whatever. You're just allowing them to give it to you. So you can think back to some of the arguments on Twitter, on YouTube, back before the Antiwhites chopped everything to pieces with censorship. The best rebuttals to the people who were slandering me was them talking on their own videos. It was fantastic. I was like, please say more. Do say more. And their audience, the people who agreed with them that were writing in response, they felt like that was a safe space for them, and they could really show more of who and what they were. And you could see really how lowbrow it was, and revealing more of their genuine motivations. Please do more of that. So maybe that's what we'll do. And we'll continue to grow the audience that way. But let me make sure I'm not missing anybody on this glorious Sunday. I didn't get a chance. I've been yelling my ass off. So there's no way I'm going to be able to do any singing. Wow, my voice feels like toast. So there's not going to be any of that, I don't think. It would just be all raspy. Although maybe some of you all might like that. But let me make sure I didn't miss anybody over here. The champions, the heroes, the people doing the Lord's work. Okay, looks like we got everybody on Entropy. God bless you all. And the big Locky Lunder Thunder Down Under, first financial gift. What a champ. All the other work he does in service to white well-being. And now he steps up with that. Fantastic. Oh, look at this. Over there on Rumble, a champion, a hero champion saying, if only I heard your messages when I was a kid. That actually breaks my heart. Thank you so much, Lord Froggy, for saying that. That breaks my heart. Because that can be the same thing said to any of you. Wouldn't you rather get to these young men, middle-aged men, old men, young women, middle-aged women, old women? Wouldn't you rather get to them at the youngest you could with these concepts? Here's this guy honestly coming from a victimized place. If you care about our people, if this is about love, that will hurt you. If you're hating on other groups, you're just immediately going to say, there's another reason to hate them. Not another thought to this guy. I'm thinking about this moment that he says, if I only heard your message when I was a kid. Like how much hurt, how much victimization created that. So therefore, pick up the fire extinguisher and get to work, right? No more wondering, where'd the fire come from? Who lit the fire? No more any of that. If you're wielding the fire extinguisher, there can't be fire because you can put it out. Thank you for that, man. I feel for you. But we're here for you now. Go free. Use the Go Free method. You'll be able to treat the mean pathogens that you're infected with, and you'll be able to access far more of what you had always accessible inside of you by doing so. everybody here who does the Go Free method on themselves has that experience, and it just gets better and better throughout time. It doesn't diminish. All right, nothing over here on D Live. And how about over here on Odyssey? Twitter Space is a great idea. Okay, thank you for your feedback. And we have whites will only be able to save ourselves by loving ourselves. Exactly. Thank you. That's Land of the Fake said that. Thank you. All right, didn't miss any financial gifts over here. Swivel around this way. And we'll make sure we haven't missed anybody here. And if your financial gift ever comes in late, get you next Sunday. We will celebrate you. So don't ever worry about that. And let's see. Okay, didn't miss anybody there. And one more. I started yelling because I was getting mad. I don't think that the volume goes up for you. So X amount. But it goes up a lot more for me. Alex Simpson sounds like a great idea. The great Biospirit of the West is here. Says that's a great idea. I assume you're talking about the Twitter Space idea. We could have folks come in and they could tell me, they could teach me about dirt bike riding. I hadn't done that in a long time. Or four-wheeling. Hadn't done that in a long time. Firearms, whatever. Maybe if we talk about firearms, I might have to mute it here on. But we could talk about socio-political things. White Advocate is here. Somebody is hate watching on this. Who is it? I don't know. ForNull saying the X thing is a good idea. Cool. Yeah, we could have ForNull come in there with his double-handed axe that he wields with one hand, and a hand-operated Gatling gun with the other. And he's got the axe going. It would be awesome. It would be awesome. Shelly is here. Says an excellent idea. Awesome. Yeah, maybe we can get some folks. We'll pick some really evocative titles, maybe. Thank you very much to the great Brand Danger, true hero, sharing the links. God bless you, brother. Schoolofthewest.world. All right. I'm not seeing anybody else. Tag me. Golden Honeybee. Why are whites so susceptible to con artists? I'm guilty of this trait. It is the altruism. But particularly in groups that are concerned, like it would be harder to do like in a motorcycle group, but still possible for a con artist. But where a group is concerned about us, church, the different other religions that people practice, con artists, they come through there like fire through a wheat field, through a dry wheat field. They just take it out because they're preying on the altruism. So if people show up, we've got to, I mean, they could be genuine. Somebody could show up. It could be genuine. They could have a serious down and out thing, or they could have a serious great idea. But that has to be followed up upon because of the likelihood of being tricked by con artists in environments like this. So if somebody says, I'm down and out and I need money, if you feel like giving them some money, then it's your thing. But ask others, hey, has this person hit you up? Has that person hit you up? Ask. This is the only way to discourage con artistry. But it's the altruism that does it. Al Heindel is here. We can't keep spending all our time as we was great while anti-whiteism continues to destroy us. Keep up the great work, Jason. Beautifully, perfectly said. God bless you for that. That is fantastic. Escape is here. Great to see you. Exactly. I mean, this is the thing, folks. I'm watching over the years. Think about this. I'm watching like these, looking at these leaflets get produced, and then onto the internet, where it's like black sun setting in the background and all this other kind of stuff, and it's all about. It could be anything from philosophers to political leaders from the past and everything. And I'm like, this is happening right now. That shit doesn't address this. You know, what's so hard to say? You know, why is there such pushback against me saying, I love us, we should love us, and from that position say no more of this victimization? Why is it's almost like the anti-whites are financing keeping everything focused in hatred on everybody else? You know what I mean? Promethean Kitchen is here. Cool Papa J Magic. Janice is here. Great to see you all. Promethean Kitchen says Twitter Space sounds like a good idea. Dan is here. All right. Random selection from a segment as we are running out of time. Why don't we jump in? Oh, yes, we are like 3.5 minutes out, and it appears that everything else is copacetic. And we'll make sure we're okay here. So we'll just have a couple minutes from Born Guilty. And we'll make sure one last time I'm not missing anybody. The Great Sloth is here. All right. So you are with me. I don't know where, what point this is. You are with me in my office, in my apartment in the Plains, Virginia. Let's see. Actually, look, it might be totally apropos. Oh my God. There's nothing here. There's no bookmark. Is it the Spirit of the West? When a white child makes it to adulthood, he's a survivor. He's learned to cope with being a Westman, a son or daughter of what the regime narrativizes as the wickedest people. Among many inequities, he's learned to live with the inescapable fear of social lynching, which begins with the libels, "You're a racist," "You're an anti-Semite," "You're a bigot," and regularly ends with character and career assassination, financial ruin, ostracism, and more. Now remember, I am speaking directly to you in this portion. We are together speaking through time and space. So try to really grapple with that. It's a truly magical and special thing. Do you understand how significant this is? This trauma, which I call white noir, is so deeply rooted in us, so transformational, that we have no idea what it's like to be ourselves. We have no idea what it's like to be free of these thought diseases, free of the white guilt, free of all the afflictions I've been talking about. We're like eagles that have had their wings broken and misshapenly fettered to keep them from flight. How high could we soar? How far could we go? We will never know until we go free. How far we could have come is a bit more personal and immediate. We'll never know what diseases we could have cured by now, or if we would have traveled to Mars and back, or extended the human lifespan. We'll never know how much better our lives could have been because of what the sapists have done to us, because of the white noir that cripples us, taking a word out of Prometheus Rising. Once you really begin going free, you'll realize that you are a child of the war that they are waging against us, that your soul was invaded and defiled by the anti-whites from the moment their poison found you. What could you have been, reader? How much misery would you have avoided? What could you have accomplished? A la our dear friend over on Rumble. How close could you have come to achieving your professional, financial, and social goals, to finding the one true love who was meant for you? What did you miss out on because of the anti-white narrative and white noir? This is the only life you'll ever get. What joys have they stolen from you? And with that rage that you better be feeling inside of you right now, let's go free.